The property looks like a very nice, curvaceous, white, rectangular lump of concrete with windows. Anybody want one?
No.
So a machine squirted it out, did it? Hey, the bank holiday is going to be absolutely awful. Britain is going to be slammed by an 800-mile wide, 60-mile-an-hour storm as temperatures will hit -6 centigrade in the coldest early May bank holiday on record, as in ever. Beer garden, anybody?
Negative.
The country is going to be colder than Russia. Wherever that is. Polar air will bring snow.
Oh, no.
Flurries of actual snow are forecast in Wales, Scotland and northern England, with hail in the south. That's your choice. Actually, your choice is just whatever is going to be where you are. It's very highly unlikely that you will crisscross the country looking for sun. Weather persons on TV do say that all the time. Well, if you're looking for sun, you want to go to the far southwest corner. Nobody does that. They just experience the weather where they are. You need your hat and your wee coatie. There's going to be sunny spells on Saturday and Sunday, but it will continue to be bloomin' freezing, chilly. 8 to 14 degrees centigrade the high, which is the temperature at which water freezes. I think you'll find that is correct. Fact, fans. It's going to be 3 centigrade below the average for the time of year. And it's going to feel more like between 6 and 12 centigrade in wind chill. I've got no idea what that is until I transfer it into proper temperature. Never mind about this European surrender centigrade. We want Fahrenheit in here. We didn't leave the EU, so we had to serve pints in centigrade, you know. Thank you. So 6 is 14, and 14 plus 32 is 54. 54 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that does seem cold. Forecaster Brian said nights could reach -6 locally in Scotland and -4 in England. How is that possible? How is it possible to be so cold for so long? Hello?
It can only be attributable to human error.
Yeah, I expect it's human error is what it's at fault. It's the coldest early May bank holiday temperature since the holiday began, 43 years ago, in 1978. 1978. Oh, what a year. Do you remember it? It was terrible weather in 1978. But at least they had some excellent music to take their mind off it in 1978. And I wrote that down and I thought, you know what, I better check. Because I remember 1978 as being absolutely chock full of all sorts of exciting stuff. But I'll check just to see if I was right, that that's what the people were listening to. Not just some kids tuned into John Peel with a notepad and a pencil, ready to write down anything that he said. So you rush into Hot Licks Records in Edinburgh the very next day and ask for stuff that they'd never heard of. If you got a quizzical look, then you knew it was like winning a gold medal. So I looked it up. I've actually done homework. Can you believe that?
No.
And it turns out I could not have been more wrong. You know what was number one in May? This moment right here in May 1978. The number one record in 1978. Rivers of Babylon by Boney M.
Oh, no.
Boney M. That's what people were listening to. And not just this week, but the previous week, and the week before that, and the next week, and the week after that. It was number one for an absolute age. Icebergs are live for less... Oh, never mind. So here's the top 10 from 1978 May. Darts, The Boy from New York City. It was rubbish back then. Everybody Danced by Chic. Hey, that's not too bad. Hey, Liverpool, are you dancing? I'm asking. Michael Zager Band, Let's All Dance. Woo-hoo. Patti Smith, Because the Night.
Rock and roll!
Bruce Springsteen. Brian and Michael with Matchstick Men and Matchstick Cats and Dogs, describing those very, very fascinating, all completely different Lowry paintings.
Boring!
There's a whole museum dedicated to his work in Manchester. Nobody ever goes. Well, at least they don't drift past the cafe, which is near the front door. No one bothers to actually see the art on the wall, because it's all a blooming same. Andrew Gold, Never Let Us Slip Away, excellent song. D.D. Jackson, Automatic Lover, can't pull that one out of the air. I can't remember how that sounds. Too Much, Too Little, Too Late by Johnny Mathis and Denise Williams. And Night Fever, the Bee Gees. Ah, well, there you are, you see. But Boney M was the one that outsold a lot of them. And it was number one for ever. Shame about the Boney M thing, because other than that, it's not a bad top 10. Of course, there's no punk in there, there's no new wave or anything remotely associated with what the kids were listening to. But, you know, if the kids are united, they will never be divided. That's what I heard. I want the names of the people who were buying the Boney M song for so long that it stayed at number one for about 7 years. I want the names of the people right now. Who are they? And it only got supplanted by John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. You're the one that I want. Ooh, 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 honey. And it's still, Boney M still outsold the Rolling Stones' Miss You when they dropped off the number one slot. It was, they stuck around in 1978 like a bad smell. Yeah, so names and dates. I want addresses, full details of everybody that is responsible for that Boney M song lasting so bloomin' long. You don't think you're going to get away with it? Meanwhile, terrible weather coming in. On Monday, a buffeting. 60-mile-an-hour gusts and rain, which just sounds like a bank holiday to me. That's right, normal service has been resumed, because Easter was pretty good, wasn't it? I think Easter was quite good. This one, not so much. Met Office forecaster Alex said it's going to be a chilly bank holiday weekend. Monday looks disappointing. He's not angry, he's just disappointed. He's disappointed with Monday. Met Office forecaster Alex. He said there's unusually windy weather and rain will sweep across the country. And RAC traffic spokesmodel Rod said the RAC is recommending all motorists complete the usual pre-drive checks before setting out. That is, to sound their horn to make sure it's loud enough, make sure your lights are working so you can flash people when they do 20 in a 20 zone, and make sure you put your fog lights on all the time, because that makes you look cool. Of course, if you are in a hatchback, you will already be doing that, and we appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you!
Sunshine and showers on Sunday, light winds. Wet on Monday, sunshine and showers for Tuesday, chilly with some night frost.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yes, apparently this show is now about Boney M. This anonymous text, yeah, no doubt they are anonymous. They're ashamed, says Boney M are a great band, actually. No, they aren't. So you got that wrong. Actually. Tony in Woodford says, Boney M are back as a new version of Rasputin is being played on Capital FM. Rubbish. Is that true? Oh, the kids are all over Boney M. They've never heard anything quite so hip.
Yowza.
Rah-Rah Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. See, that's rubbish right there. That doesn't rhyme. There was a cat that was really gone. Is that historically accurate? Rah-Rah Rasputin. I don't have any problem with that part. Russia's greatest love machine. Really? Well, you've done the statistics, have you, Boney M? It was a shame how he carried on.
Disgusting.
Well, you got that right. Nick tweets, hands up if you've ever been into a record shop and asked the person toiling behind the counter, have you got the one that goes... And he'll go straight to it. because he can hear the orchestral accompaniment that's going on in my mind when I do that. This says, Nick, the worst thing was Boney M then sold the same record with the A side and the B side switched over, did they? Well, it's all about the money, honey. Smart thinking, Boney M. What does the M stand for, by the way? Money. Ella tweets, I love Boney M and had their album Night Flight to Venus. Well, don't tell anybody, Ella. Particularly anybody that, might blurt it out on the radio. Andy in Wrexham says, Boris Johnson should be praised. Oh, I don't know if I've got the strength to read beyond that. I mean, either he's being sarcastic. Well, let's read on and find out. Boris Johnson, and I'm going to tread carefully here because I don't want to upset myself, being a liberal snowflake. Boris Johnson should be praised for his dedication and hard work ethic. Well, I assume you're being sarcastic. True, inspirational, motivated leader. Oh, sarcasm upon sarcasm. The current government will put this country back on the map as world leader. I wasn't aware that we were off the map. Are maps still being made? If so, somebody needs to give them a quick ring. We're still here. The current government will put this country back on the map as world leaders. No, obviously not. Thank you for the best vaccination program in the world. It isn't. Thank you for getting the deal over the line with the EU while balancing the economy and dealing with the most horrendous pandemic in modern times. Thanks for securing over £1 trillion of trade deals, the best support packages in the world over the last 12 months. 3 more terms. Andy in Wrexham, you are out of your mind. What are you talking about? How can, in one brief paragraph, you get absolutely everything wrong? Oh, well. But I assume it was a well-crafted joke. Oh, how we laugh. Camden, hello, Lawrence.
I tell you, the whole thing's getting weird. Hey, did you know that One Direction outsold the Beatles in America?
Oh, get out. What do you mean?
No, they did.
What do you mean they... Wait. Now, what do you mean they outsold the Beatles?
They sold more records than the Beatles did in America.
No.
And they did. No, check it out.
That is untrue. You are disseminating misinformation.
No, man, honestly, it's true.
One Dimension outsold the Beatles.
No, one. It's not One Dimension. It's One Direction. They outsold the Beatles in America.
No. My world is crumbling.
No, it's always mine.
I bet my glamorous assistant wants to check that straight away, if not...
Yeah, check it out. They outsold them. So what I did was, I went to Hampstead Ponds yesterday, and I jumped into the freezing cold water, because I thought this will kill your eels in a second.
Right.
In a second.
You'll forget about Bodger and his cast of clowns.
No, and I'm done with hearing about... listen, you know what? I'm going to be... listen, I want to tell you something. And I'm going to tell you it from my heart.
I prefer you told me from your mouth.
Right. And my heart. Listen, it's been like this year, like the last year and a half has been kind of weird, but you have kept me going. And thank you. No, you know, you remind me of Bernie Mac, you remind me of...
All right,
not the Richard Pryor, you remind me of...
All right. I get it. Thanks very much. I appreciate it, Lawrence, and keep on keeping on. Promise me you'll do that, all right?
I'll do it.
Thanks a lot, mate. I had my second jab this week, and, boy, did I feel rough.
Stop whining.
A little bit rough. Still feel a little bit rough. I'm glad I didn't have it today, otherwise I might have called in sick. Dreadful. Dreadful. The first one came and went, no problem. It was like I'm going to have to cough, hang on. That's better. I had to, the first one, no problem. It was like I hadn't had it. The second one, big difference, huge. Fred texts, we're getting this cold weather because Bill Gates is sending a mist into the atmosphere to blot out the sun. I was told this by an actual adult this week. I didn't argue, he was a bit scary. Bill Gates is sending a mist into the atmosphere to blot out the sun. Thanks a lot, Bill Gates. Keep your bloomin' mist to yourself. Chris in Nottingham says, what did the chap in Boney M actually do? Wasn't it 3 women and a bloke? Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
But you don't know.
Yeah, I do. They're back in the chart.
Are they? So
yeah, 3 women and a bloke.
That was true. So it's 3 women and a bloke. And do they still have something to do with their hit that is now back in the charts?
It's just a remix.
I can't believe that Boney M are back in the charts. It took from 1978 to now to beat the stink of Boney M out of the charts in this country. And they're back? Boris Johnson, how on earth did you let this happen?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Chris in Nottingham said, oh, no. What did you do? I've got no idea what the chap in Boney M did. Maybe, I don't know, he was there to prettify up the place. Got no idea. What did the women in Boney M do? Is that the band that didn't sing, or is that somebody else? There was a band that won a lot of awards for no good reason whatsoever, that, to come to find out, had absolutely zero to do with the record that they were supposed to be on. It was somebody else doing all the singing. Of course, the Beatles didn't sing on their songs either. Not a lot of people know that. Milli Vanilli is the right answer. Yes. I could do with a big bowl of Milli Vanilli right now, as a matter of fact, with some cream on the top, perhaps. It's the snack I can eat between meals without ruining my appetite. You heard it here first. Ask for it by name. Milli Vanilli. Football clubs, players, athletes, and a number of sporting bodies have begun a 4-day boycott of social media in an attempt to tackle abuse and discrimination on the platforms of social media companies. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Social media is abuse. 98% abuse, 2% photographs of the person that posted the photograph. Here's my face, again. I mean, how's the kick racism out of football campaign gone, by the way?
Fabulous.
For absolutely ages they've been at that. You might as well try kicking stupidity out of football. But I wish them all the best, but it ain't going to work. I'll tell you that right now, because you're talking about people. I've seen people. Not keen. Football clubs, players and athletes and a number of sporting bodies have begun a 4-day boycott of social media. Is anybody going to notice?
No.
I personally will miss all of those tweets saying, oh, well, the lads done great and it's all credit to the lads, and the lads done great and it's all credit to the lads and the manager and the fans. Rugby union, cricket and rugby league have also joined the protest. Do people in rugby union and cricket and rugby league also get abuse on social media? Not so much, I bet. Not so much, I bet. And is there any difference between rugby union and rugby league?
No.
No, it's the same blooming thing. Please don't call me and tell me that there's a difference between them, because there isn't. A number of players are, well, they've switched off. They'll just be yelling at the television instead. Writing their thoughts down on a piece of paper and throwing it out the window. That's what we used to do. You know, the good old days. You tell the kids today that and they won't believe you. Scott in Glasgow says, I drove the guitarist of Boney M for 3 years. He was their guitarist for 5 years and one of the coolest guys I ever met. And Boney M were a great band. Well, compared to what? Now, you drove the guitarist of Boney M for 3 years, and he was the guitarist of Boney M for 5 years. So, were you relieved of your duties, or did he only find you after 2 years? Was it the first 2 years you missed, or the last 2 years? Or was there an incident, and you were taken off the duty in the middle? You got 1.5 years, and then there was, an incident, and you came back for the last year and a half? Please, Scott, if you have any more information in that regard, keep it to yourself. Laura says, gasping for air in the gym seems understandable, whereas we are all frothing at the mouth about eating tapas indoors again. I think technically if you are frothing at the mouth, then you should probably be at home. You should be self-isolating if you are frothing at the mouth. I think you'll find that is correct.
Affirmative.
Let's have Deal. Marion.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Marion.
Hi. I'm just ringing in a quick call just to say that Boney M I watched a documentary on how they were put together.
Yes.
And the guy never sang. He was used for his dancing, apparently.
Right.
He had the dance moves, and I'm not sure about the women if they sang, but I know that because I was really surprised when I watched it. He couldn't sing.
Well, so I don't know whether that is true or not.
Well, according to this documentary I watched,
where was the documentary, Marion?
It was on the TV.
Oh, right. Is that what you call the computer?
No, on the TV.
On the actual television, right?
Yeah, on the actual television. Yeah, and it wasn't something that I found or read off the off Google or the internet.
Right. Well, thank God for that.
But I'm sure you could check it out. But I know you don't
most
like homework.
Certainly will do nothing of the sort.
Well, anyway, he couldn't sing, this guy.
Right. Well, like Paul McCartney, he couldn't sing either. He was only there for the dancing.
No, I don't think so. Not with Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney.
I mean,
Paul McCartney was the dancer in the Beatles. Yeah, I think you'll find that's right.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I was never really a Beatles fan.
Ah?
Bit before my time, the Beatles.
What? So is Beethoven. You've heard of his music, haven't you?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But Boney M was a put-together band that I don't know why all these people are saying that they were so brilliant. I thought they were until I watched the documentary.
Yeah.
So.
Well, some of the Rolling Stones, they were a put-together band as well. I think they answered a...
Yeah, but the Rolling Stones, come on, the Rolling Stones were good, weren't they?
They answered a talent contest, and one of those Svengalis put them together. I think that's what happened.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Okay, well, it sounds like you said it. Thanks a lot, Marion. Mick Jagger was a redcoat at Butlins. Did you know that? It's an actual fact. Laura says, oh no, I've read that. This one, Rivers of Babylon was originally done by a reggae band called the Melodians from Jamaica. This is an educational show, ain't it?
No.
Jameson in Buckingham says, Milli Vanilli and Boney M had the same manager. Did they? Well, I could see that. I mean, they sound like, look like, and feel and smell like they came from the same camp. I betcha. Betcha. Well, the stuff I've learnt on this show so far, I almost feel like I'm calling it a day. Couldn't possibly get any better than that, could it? This says, I'm loving your Monday show with Carol, that podcast that I do with Carol, who I didn't used to like, but I think I do now. Thanks for keeping us all cheerful. Well, it's an enormous effort on our part, and we hate absolutely every minute of doing it. But, if it makes you feel better. Here's a call in, let's have Liverpool. Anthony.
Ah, you're okay?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, I was wondering about the experiment that's happening tonight in my town, Liverpool.
Yeah.
I reckon it's fabulous. Everyone enjoying themselves again. You know, there's only so long you can do these lockdowns. They obviously don't work. You know, they've got the vaccine now. Get out there, enjoy yourself. I've been back in the gym when it open, boxing, getting stuck in, sweating. I mean, how long are we going to live like caged animals for?
Exactly, yeah. Let's get on with it.
That's what you've got to do.
Yeah. So there's a couple of thousand of people, something like that. Then there's no restrictions.
No.
But they have to get tested when they go in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then they get tested when they come out. Of course, there'll be all sorts of swirling around inside of them when by the time they come out.
Yeah.
Maybe not when they go in, but it'll be a different chemical composition when they come out, no doubt.
Yeah. Definitely. But that's all I want to say. Thanks for that.
Okay, cheers, Anthony. They're having a party up in Liverpool. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes really, really well. I hope people have a fabulous time. God, I bet the kids there I bet the ones that got in, I bet their heads are exploding. They're so excited. I wonder if they play Boney M. Hey, haven't you got any good records? Harge texts, when stuff is eased off... What? Can you imagine shaking people's hands again? Oh, no, I don't want to do that again. I think it's best if we stop doing that permanently. What do you think? Says Harge. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I never liked it in the first place. I mean, there's one bloke that I know that every time I shake his hand, and he comes towards you with his hand out, so you can't say no, can you? You can't just look at it and go, no. You've got to do it. But he's one of these people that crushes your hand. He'll grab it. If you shake your hand with one of those people, and everybody must know one of those people, unless you are really positive and you go all the way in to where your palms are against each other, then they will grab you by the fingers. If you haven't gone all the way in and before you clasp, then you will get your fingers crushed. And he does it every single blooming time, and I want to smash his face in. But you're not allowed to do that. The blooming European Union, they're not allowed to do anything these days. Every single time. And to the point that I do feel as though my knuckles have been damaged by being squashed together. I mean, particularly if it takes you unaware. Because the first time it happens, you don't know it's coming, right? You just think you're going to shake hands like a normal human being. I mean, you're just showing somebody that you haven't got a weapon, right? That's what shaking hands is. So you use your sword hand to demonstrate that you're not going to kill him. But he uses it as a handshake as a weapon to, to maintain some sort of physical superiority. I'd like to throw him through the window. He knows who he is. He must do. People who do that, they must know who they are, because every time they shake somebody's hand, they can see the pain etched upon the person that they're in front of. So they know they're doing it. Yes, Kev, I'm talking about you. G-Tex, Boney M were a big thing in 1978. It was a good year for music. Yeah, but the two aren't related, G. Boney M were a big thing in 1978. They were absolutely massive. They stayed at number one for, well, I could have checked, but I didn't, so I'll just make it up. They were at number one for 8 weeks in a row. Can you believe that? Only supplanted by You're the One That I Want, Ooh Hoo Hoo, Honey. But 1978 was a good year for music, but it had nothing to do with Boney M. That's going to be one of those earworms now. It's usually the most infuriating song that gets stuck in your head. Like first thing in the morning, you wake up and oh, there it is again. And then you wander around and you find yourself whistling it without really knowing it. Days later, it's still rattling around in your mind. I read the other day how to rid yourself of an earworm. Do you know how to rid yourself of an earworm? Apparently it works perfectly every single time. Every time. Perfectly.
So what we doing?
Given we're doing a radio show, Jay texts, put Rasputin on in the break. It's brilliant. No. To Moscow chicks, he was such a lovely dear. Russia's greatest love machine. What's not to like? Well, you do make a good point. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Nick, how's things?
Yes, good, thanks.
I'm sorry to come away from the pop music a bit, but did you
Mike, are we on speakerphone?
No.
Right, this is your normal phone?
This is my normal phone, my Motorola.
Wow. Have you got your head in a bucket?
No, I'm in the kitchen, so it's a bit echoey. Probably.
A bit echoey. Yeah, okay. Can you go to somewhere where there's more soft furnishings?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll have a little wander. Is that better?
A bit better. No. Yeah, that'll do.
Okay. This week, being from Hull, a great fishing port before the Cod Wars, etc., not before the Cod Wars, the government announced that it had been negotiating with Norway So our one remaining deep sea trawler, the Kerkella, 50 million quid's worth and 100 crew, could continue fishing.
And our superb negotiators came up trumps. No, they completely failed, as you might expect.
And they came up and announced that the differences between us and Norway were so great that they were not going to continue the negotiations this year.
That's right.
So that's now in Hull.
Yeah, so all you fisher persons, please just, for the rest of the year, use some of the millions of pounds that you have in one of your accounts. Where's he gone? Oh, there he is.
The other thing is that friends of mine own a shellfish trawler on the East Coast, and they can't sell their goods, and they're selling it. That's 3 generations of fishermen down in the tube.
Right. I mean, it is ironic, isn't it, that the very business that the Brexiteers, I have to stop using that phrase, Brexit, because it makes them sound heroic, like musketeers. Brexiteers, the one business that they held up as the one that will sort of define their campaign to leave the evil European overlords. The one thing that they said would be a tremendous success, and it was only the evil EU who are holding them back from glory, and that's the business that fell on its face the first.
Yeah, when you see, Nigel's nowhere in vision on this, but Gerber's father was a fishmonger, and he reckoned he was a Brexiteer because the EU killed his father's fishmonger's business. But he's nowhere on the scene. Nigel's nowhere on the scene. Boris is nowhere on the scene. No. How are they explaining to these people that their living's gone, their trade's gone? I can't get my head around it.
Yeah, well, I could. I have detailed files, so I might get into that after the news. But so many times I've heard from people that they knew what they were voting for, and the fishing industry, not the fishing industry in Scotland, because they made a different decision, but the one here, I think almost to a man and woman, they voted to leave and maintained that they knew what they were voting for. So this must be what they voted for. The decimation of their own industry. Where's he gone? Oh, there you are.
hey, what about, Bernie Emmett, what have you? If you substitute, instead of Rasputin, you put Bird Johnson in, greatest lover of the English scene. It will work its way through.
Oh, my God. Now I'm feeling really ill. Thanks a lot, Mike. Made me feel bilious. Like I've just had a bad oyster. Oh, somebody get me a bucket. Gemma texts, so what will poor old Boris do if we stop shaking hands? He loves a handshake. He does that. He does that. And Laura says, the Rolling Stones lost their good status after Jagger did that abomination dancing in the street with David Bowie. Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah. Well, they did it for charity, didn't they? Wasn't it a Live Aid thing? They did that video for a charity, and I'm going to mention it every single time. I had a pair, the very same pair of trousers that Mick Jagger is wearing in that video. Unlike Mick Jagger, I can't get in mine anymore. He still has the waist of well, it's approximately the same size as your average hen's egg. It's a 2-inch waist. But that was an absolutely awful song. But as I say, they did it for charity, and I don't care how many children's lives they saved. It wasn't worth it. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it? No, I don't think so. It's just a fact. Bell says, you're a man in the know, so please, can you tell us who is H in Line of Duty? I've got no idea what you're talking about. I mean, I'm aware vaguely that it keeps getting written up about a lot. It's a blooming television program. It's not real life. And on and on and on they go on about it. I've never seen a single second of any of it, and I think they're in series 6 now. So it's lost to me. I can't make up all that time. How many episodes in a series do they have? If it's more than one, I'm not watching it. Did the butler do it? Probably the butler did it. H. Who is H in Line of Duty? Harriet? Henrietta? Hazza? Was it Hazza? Hazza and Sparkle. Oh my God, it was Prince Harry. Prince Harry. He was put up to it by Sparkles. No! Yeah, thanks a lot, Megan. You see what you've done. Oh, she took out little Harry. Ruined him. They're still going on and on and on about that in the press. Oh, God, they talk about having picked sides. She can't do anything right now. Whereas Kate, it is like Jesus has come back in different form. She's written about in those glowing terms. She's our new our national rose, or something like that. I don't know. I just can't be bothered with it. But the headlines these days are Kate Wills. Poor old Wills. People aren't really very interested. Never mind. Peter in Kingston says, have you seen the BBC documentary by Adam Curtis called Hypernormalization? Well, yes, I have. I've seen pretty much everything that Richard Curtis has ever done. He did a 6-part series just recently, and I watched the first one, and I was just a bit bemused. So I think that was the first thing of his that I thought, no. If you haven't seen his stuff, it's like how can you describe something without using the phrase acid trip? It's like the 9 o'clock news on acid. And you've never seen anything like it. It's extraordinary. There's all sorts of clips cut up, like newsreel cut up and colorized and smashed together. It's a kaleidoscope. Groovy. And then over it is the very particular voice of Adam Curtis, who's explaining his theory, which is often quite difficult to keep up with, unless you're paying attention. Sit up in the back there. Anyway, Peter says, for me, it sums up what we're living through right now. Hypernormalization opens with these lines. We live in a world where the powerful deceive us. We know they lie. They know we know they lie. They don't care. We say we care, but we do nothing. That's about right. They're well worth watching, by the way. I would start at the beginning. There's one called Placid Lake or Beaver Lake or something like that, some lake thing. And then there was one before that which was absolutely superb. Hypernormalization is also very, very good. It's a bit long and you'll have to concentrate really hard, which is of course something that nobody can do anymore. It lasts more than 30 seconds. Is that going to be a problem?
Yes.
Yeah, no one's got the attention span anymore, but it's worth it. You could try that and thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Let's have a call in Crawley. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing, mate?
Good, thanks.
Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely petrified.
What, like an ancient forest?
No. I've got my radio switched off and it sounds a bit strange talking to you over the phone. But no, you were talking about sort of 70s music on the last hour.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about Debbie Harry and Blondie and all that stuff. That's it. And moving on to the political side, which I know you and I agree on 100%. Very left-wingish.
Well, no, I don't think of myself as very left-wingish. I'm left-leaning. No, not really. I'm left-leaning on some things and right-leaning on others. It depends on the issue.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, that's fair. Fair comment, isn't that?
I mean, it's the only comment that actually makes any sense. Because if you identify yourself as a left-wing, that's it. Then that just implies to me that you haven't thought of anything.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I suppose I'm a bit of a Jeremy Corbyn guy, but...
Yeah, that's all right.
But, you know, he got a lot of bad press, didn't he? And,
Oh, he did, yeah, for a very good reason.
God, yeah. Well, in some ways, yeah.
No, well, the reason that he got bad press was that he said about the press barons in this country that there are too many news titles in the ownership of too few people. And at that moment, they thought, uh-oh, we've got to get rid of this guy. And they did.
Yeah, I certainly did. Yeah, we've got Keir now, haven't we? Yeah, but he's not sort of landing any punches, really, is he?
Amazing. It's absolutely incredible. I can't believe it. It's the biggest open goal in history. And by the way, Keir,
you don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't.
Yeah, I know, mate. It's terrible, isn't it? You know, it's not rocket science, is it, Nick? You know,
I think he needs to just to step up a bit. I mean, it's almost as though he and only he is aware of a cunning plan that is to allow Boris Johnson to tie himself in knots and be blown up by his own petard. But I don't think that's going to happen because the public's capacity for forgiveness, well, not forgiveness, for what is actually the word? It's adoration, isn't it? The public's capacity to adore Boris Johnson seems undimmed by anything he does.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever phoned a radio station. I'm absolutely bloody petrified.
Well, you're petrified. Think of what it's like for me, Chris. You can slam the phone down any time you like. I got to sit here for another 2 hours. I'm absolutely beside myself. Anyway, good work. Thanks a lot, Chris. Do you feel better? A little bit better. Now he's put the phone down. He's still shaking. Yeah, look at me. My hands, all of a tremble. I think it's the vaccination. Absolutely awful for a couple of days after the vaccination. I'm not entirely convinced that I'm over it now. Oh, achy, breaky.
Stop whining.
And what else? Headachy. Kind of a little bit woozy, and not in a good way. But for at least 2 days, aching all over. Rock
and roll!
But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Peter in Kingston says, oh no, I read that. Bell says, no, I read that. I've read that one. I've read them all. Read them all. Way ahead of schedule. I'm a good boy, I'm. Here is a call in. Let's have. All right then. West Midlands. Hello, Ranjit.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
I'm good, thank you. Okay.
Didn't ask.
Okay, never mind.
Hey, Ranjit.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I'm just really bewildered, and just can't understand where Joe Public is going with Mr. Johnson, right?
Yes.
Now, I was talking to somebody earlier who absolutely worships Boris Johnson, and I said to him, I explained to him what happened in 1979 with Margaret Thatcher.
Oh, Margaret Thatcher?
She come out with so much rubbish here. She said she was going to help to repatriate people back to their own countries. That was like people like my parents and me. Okay, so we used to get a kicking off the local hooligans who used to say, go back to your own country. So Boris Johnson now has been on about Brexit and these people coming over on these dinghies. Okay, that was one. And then
that is it seems like a permanent distraction technique. Anytime things get really, really dicey, anytime trouble is approaching over the horizon, they say, look, a dinghy!
Yeah.
It's a swarm of people. They're coming in. A tsunami of foreigners. Yeah.
Okay, so then they had, I know you like Jeremy Corbyn. Then they had a cycle with.
Well, back up. I'm not sure that's actually true. I didn't feel strongly about Jeremy Corbyn at all. I thought some of the policies that he espoused were good, but I'm not alone in that. They had majority support amongst the public until you told the public that they were Jeremy Corbyn's policies, and they went from nodding their approval to running and screaming.
Yeah. So the same cycles happened. Yeah. Then we had Michael Foot. Yeah. And then
who, by the way, looked like an international supermodel compared to Boris Johnson. I mean, they whined about Michael Foot showing up to with a cenotaph in a donkey jacket. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but
look at Bodger Johnson. Look at the state of him.
I'd make him calm his ear. Anyway, you know that jacket, the donkey jacket, that was actually bought from Harrods.
Rubbish.
Now, okay, get your producer to have a look, and it was bought from Harrods.
They don't sell. They do not sell donkey jackets in Harrods.
Well, I don't know what it was, but while we're talking, get him to research it. So then came the Falklands.
But hang on a minute. Wait. Michael Foot's donkey jacket came from Harrods. Is that your position?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I bet my glamorous assistant is looking that up straight away.
Okay.
Was it like a Gucci donkey jacket?
No,
just absolute nonsense.
It's in a museum somewhere.
Okay, then. Right.
Okay. Then came the Falklands, which was a get-out-of-jail card for Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
And this, I think, Boris is riding high on the COVID-19 thing, yeah?
Oh, boy, is he ever. Taking a lot of credit for the one thing that went right that had absolutely nothing to do with him.
Yeah, because all the administrators actually done it, while he was sick and this, that and the other.
Yeah.
Okay, they done it. But now, the thing is, when they ask him about who paid for his furniture, and he could just turn around and say from the bank of mum and dad, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like they're poor.
They're not poor, are they? And I think he's in denial of his actual history, because he can trace back his roots to 3 generations back to Turkey.
But you can also trace his roots back to, George the Second, or I think at least 2 families of royalty. And this is the person that appeals to the working class. Mystifying.
So out of the 67 million people, right, that live in this country, say 2/3 of them, 50% are adults, yeah? Okay, I think it was 34,000? Well, anyway, all those people now actually voted for him that time now, probably are deep down feeling ashamed of themselves of what's going on, but are in denial, right? It's like when people buy a Cliff Richard record, but they don't tell anybody, right? And they secretly listen to it.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same, really. I think people who love Cliff Richard really, really love Cliff Richard out loud.
But what I'm trying to say is, these people probably sit in their room, yeah, and are probably throwing darts at Boris Johnson, right, to get rid of their aggression at night.
No. I think you're way out. You're way wrong. I think it's still a Brexit thing. I think it will always still be a Brexit thing. I think people who voted for Boris Johnson voted for him because of Brexit. And he said, we're going to get Brexit done and everything's going to be better and you'll be better off and the NHS will be better and the sun will shine more and your breasts will become enlarged. Yeah. He actually said that, not about Brexit, but about voting Tory. And to admit that Boris Johnson isn't right about everything would be to admit the possibility that he is wrong about Brexit, which would be a tremendous loss of face and a loss of hope, more to the point, and so they will never admit it, and so that people will dig their heels in ever more and support him with ever more fervency. Is that a word? Ever more fervently. That's better, isn't it? I've just found a donkey jacket from Harrods.
Yep, is it?
There's a picture of it on my screen from French Connection. They don't sell French Connection in Harrods, do they? Do they? I very much doubt it. According to Google. Oh, do me a favour. What does Google know about anything?
Okay, listen.
Anyway, Ranjit, is that it?
Yeah, one more thing. Where's Nigel Farage that says he was going to hold Boris Johnson to be accountable? Where's Nigel Farage now?
I don't know. Last time I saw him, he was. It looked like he was having lunch around a table in a foreign clime, which would be against the law if it wasn't for business. Now, it didn't look to my eyes like he was doing business. It looked like he was just having a nice time around a table. But, my understanding of what is and is not business is shaky, being not a business person.
He could have been delivering a letter, like a brown envelope somewhere.
Right. Well, I've got no idea what that means, and I don't think you do either. But, okay, he could have been doing that. Well, half the country is now employed delivering things to the other half of the country. I do find that a little bit depressing. That's where we are now. Half of this country is employed delivering stuff to the other half of this country. That's what we do for a living now. We deliver stuff to ourselves. And Jeff Bezos wakes up laughing. Susie in Balham says, hi there, Nicky Babe. Actually, Michael Foot's donkey jacket wasn't a donkey jacket at all. That's why the comment was so insulting. I don't know what that means. When is a donkey jacket not a donkey jacket?
When it's a duffel coat.
When it's bought in Harrods. And how much was that donkey jacket? It's 140 quid.
195.
195 pounds. Right. So it cost you 150 quid to get into Harrods. So that's about £300 for the jacket, there or thereabouts. Let's have Tunbridge Wells. Hello, Adam.
Hey there. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. I just wanted to say, I wanted to know what you felt or what you thought about Boris Johnson's mobile number being available for the past 15 years.
I can't believe I wasn't aware of that, because I could certainly have provided some PPE that doesn't work for £108 million.
I'm kicking myself.
Yeah.
I've searched Twitter so hard to find it. I really thought this would be like a people's forum to be able to call the Prime Minister and his baby mama, Carrie Antoinette.
I know. Whoever came up with Carrie Antoinette is a genius.
I know. As soon as I heard it, I thought Nick is going to love that. So I was just savouring that.
Love it. Yeah.
They are the worst, though, really. And I just thought, if I could find it, I would just love to be able to just call him. And you know those videos we see of Americans yelling at their elected officials about wearing masks and how oppressed they feel. I thought, imagine if I could call Boris Johnson and tell him what for. You know, it would just be great.
Yeah, just give him a piece of my mind. I'd love to do that. No! Yeah, I'd wake him up every hour of the day. 24 hours a day. I'd be ringing his phone. No! In fact, I'd pay some kid with a laptop to hack into his phone to change his bell tone to this. No! Yeah, that'll teach him. All right, thanks a lot, Adam. Yeah, whoever came up with Carrie Antoinette is a raving genius. It was all over Twitter today, and people were thinking out loud. They were writing tweets saying, "Oh, that's just absolutely brilliant. It's the best thing I've read all year." Carrie Antoinette. Yes. Oh, by the way, still no pay rise for the nurses. No, sorry about that. But we're concentrating on gold wallpaper here. You know, we've got to get our priorities straight. Ain't that right, Bodge?
Yeah. Where do we?
Peter in Retford says, we haven't heard much about the Prime Minister's flat tonight. What did you think of this week's PMQs? Well, I think we actually found out, well, not found out exactly, but it was demonstrated who he actually is. You pull the Gurning Clown Act away, and that's who he is. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the last question that Sir Keir Aura asked him, and he went berserk, didn't he? Like he was panicking. Like he'd been uncovered. Which makes me think that, maybe in Keir Starmer's mind, that is the plan. Just maintain calmness throughout, maintain this zen calm. And Boris Johnson will tie himself up into a pretzel knot and fall flat on his face. Well, I think he probably will. The annoying part is that his cult fans will love him ever more. There doesn't appear to be anything that he can do to turn them off because, as I said, my theory is that it's still a Brexit thing and always will be. He's the man that promised them a better life, and if they admit that he is not completely legal, decent, honest and true about anything, then that would mean the possibility is that he's had you over Brexit as well. So they'll never give up that hope, digging their heels in ever harder. I mean, look at the polling. Good grief. I am stunned. The Conservatives have extended their polling lead over Labour. A YouGov poll for the Times found an 11-point gap between the Tories and Labour. 11. The Tories are on 44, the same as a week ago. Labour are down a point on 33. How? It's like we've uncoupled ourselves from reality. We're adrift in space where no one can hear you scream. How are they 11 points ahead? How? Tell me that. Half of the voters think that Johnson did say he would rather see bodies piled high than put England into a third lockdown, despite his strenuous denials, and a quarter believe him. A quarter believe him. The polls suggest that the Tories are doing particularly well among working-class voters. How? How? You can't possibly think that collection of millionaires are on your side. How? Anthony Wells, Director of Political Research at YouGov, said Boris Johnson was elected with people knowing he has said unfortunate things and used colourful language and led a colourful life. Colourful?
Disgusting.
He says people didn't expect him to be the cleanest of the clean. Oh my God, he is Donald Trump. Donald Trump did not cease to be the President of the United States. He simply swapped his body into that of Boris Johnson. I mean, they've got the same relationship with the truth. Liar! They got the same hairstyle and the same spherical physique.
Don't be rude.
It's true. And his cult fans in America love Donald Trump for the exact same thing. The amount of times you hear them say it, oh, he tells it like it is. The man who told something in the order of 30,000 lies in the brief period that he was the President of the United States of America. I mean, he was up to something like 30 or 40 a day. Pretty much everything he said was a lie. And his moron fans, the dingalings, they said we like him because he tells it like it is. You couldn't make it up. Same here. I mean, we look at America with this sense of superiority in this country. Think, oh, well, only in America. But no, not only in America. Here, too. Peter in Retford says, what do you think about this week's PMQs? Yeah, well, that's what I thought. That the mask slipped. All of that. All of that. The gurning, who, me? Act. And then we got a sense of who he actually is. The snarling, angry man. That's who he is. That's what I thought of PMQs. There's more to the tweets, though, or text, whatever. He says, I was also wondering how Melania Trump feels about the scandal. What do you think, Melania?
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. I expect you knew that already, Peter. Rob texts, I had a dark blue tartan donkey jacket I bought from Mr. Byright in Southend in 1985. So there. Well, you go along with your bad self, Rob. Bragging. God, I can only dream of buying a jacket from Mr. Byright. Wouldn't that be absolutely marvellous? Phil text, Michael Foot never wore a donkey jacket. It was an overcoat bought at Harrods and now on display at the People's Museum in Manchester. Yet another Tory-inspired lie. Well, there's no end of them. Bodger? Yes. Glasgow. Hello, Peter.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'm talking about to be a liar or not to be a liar, which is Ian Blackford says to the Commons speaker about Johnson.
Yes.
And he stopped it. He hesitated. He said £350 million a week to go to the NHS, which is £16 billion a year. I've not had a penny. Not one penny. Is that not a lie?
Well, technically not, because the bus didn't actually say that it would. I mean, it implied its face-off that it would be 350 million quid a week to the NHS, but it didn't actually say that, and that's their get-out-of-jail-free card on that issue.
Well,
it said, I can't remember the exact wording, but it was something like, wouldn't it be better if...
£50 million a week to the NHS.
But it's the same as when a shop puts a sign in the window says 75% off, and then you look at the very, very tiny, tiny small print with a magnifying glass, and it says up to. Same thing.
I did say up to. It said £350 million a week.
Yeah, no, I know. We send the EU £350 million a week. Let's fund our NHS instead. Vote leave. Let's take back control. Yeah, how's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
£350 million a week.
Yes.
It's 16 billion a year.
Right. Well, I don't doubt that. But it didn't actually say they were going to spend £350 million a week on the NHS. It just said, let's fund our NHS instead. It didn't say how much by.
Well, maybe he's put a wee bit to his house for a new three-piece suite.
Yeah. And a cushion.
That bill, it could be.
Yeah, 350 million, probably be, the cushion is extra.
Well, thank you.
Oh, no, thank you, Peter. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was actually their, I can't remember who tried to defend it. So, we didn't actually say that it was £350 million a week we're going to give to the NHS. Yes, you did. Every single person who saw that on the side of the bus made that assumption that that's what you meant. You can't weasel your way out of it. You did mean that, and that's the message that you deliberately put across. But now, they're like, bus? What bus? I saw no bus. There was a bus. News to me, they'll say. And their ratings go ever upwards. It's just a mystery. It is actually a mystery. I don't understand it. Now, America dealt with their Trump as sort of an abomination. America had to essentially they took an enema and got rid of him. In this country, we seem to be we're not following their lead. We followed their lead by hiring a Trump to run us, but we're not following their lead in what happened next. Because Donald Trump, his popularity ratings were abysmal. I mean, just really, really shockingly bad. They started really low and went lower. I think it was on like 42%, something like that. Whereas Obama, you remember Obama, don't you? Obama was on about 60% when he started, and about that when he left. Something there or thereabouts. It wiggled up and down, but more or less, if you drew a line through it, it flatlined, kind of, about 60%, something like that. People, LUV, loved him. Fat Donny, on the other hand, the vast majority hated him. But you don't need the majority to go with you, as we know. You just need a significant minority to go with you. But they need to be really motivated. If you can get a minority of people who will absolutely flat out guarantee that they will go out and vote, then you will beat a majority who, man, they're not that bothered. They'll go if it's nice, but if it's not, well, that's okay. You will beat the majority if you've got a highly motivated minority. It's true. Let's have a call in. Warwick, Barvinder.
Hi there, can you hear me, Nick?
Yes, I can.
Right, okay, you just said about Boris. Who would you replace him with?
Sooty, Ken Dodd. Ken Dodd's dad's dog. I don't know. Anybody.
Alright, so
anyone
I've
at this
just been
point.
listening, Nick. Right, so you had Ranjit on, and then you had on the chap earlier, Terry, right? I don't care about Boris's kids. I don't really care about what he does or if he has scruffy hair, right? But we don't actually have a decent opposition. And we also...
Well, no, wait. When you say decent, what do you mean by that?
Well, we don't have anybody that challenges him, do we? That can actually put any gumption behind it, because they dance around their handbag, you know, if that makes sense.
No, it
in
doesn't.
What I'm saying.
Well, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it
because
doesn't.
Nobody ever challenges him.
Well,
we had Jeremy Corbyn.
Keir Starmer is challenging him, and he really got under
but
his
Keir
skin at
Starmer is a
PMQs.
former, yeah, but he's a former lawyer, right?
Right, well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, however, he's the same lawyer, right, fact, that didn't want to take the win
That's
fee, and
neither here nor there.
Yes, but that's his previous.
It's
And maybe
irrelevant.
somebody like me judges him on that.
So you don't judge Boris Johnson on anything he has ever said or done, but you do hold everything that Keir Starmer has ever done against
Right,
him.
you know, Nick, can you hear me out? I, as a voter, do not want to vote for somebody that said, I do not want to...
Yeah, all right. I heard that already. I also heard that you don't mind anything that Boris Johnson has ever done. Anything that he's done or said is fine. But you do hold everything that Keir Starmer has ever done or said against him. That makes no sense. I mean, either the character of a person matters or it doesn't. Pick one. You can't say that the character matters with that guy but not that one. Come on, Barbinder, do us a favour. David texts, it's Surrey Day tomorrow. Surrey Day. It's an annual event that started 3 years ago, and no, I'm not joking. Surrey Day? What's Surrey Day? Why does Surrey need a day? I mean, it's got all the money, it's got downs, it's got views, it's got Isha, for crying out loud. Why does Surrey need a day? I'll get to the bottom of that, don't you worry. Tina or my glamorous assistant will, one of the two. I can't remember the last thing I asked you to do. I don't think you did that either. What was the last thing I asked you to do?
Donkey jacket.
Oh, yeah, donkey jacket. See? You're doing very, very well. Tina in South Wales says, I am annoyed. Oh, no. Not something I said, surely. Mr. Johnson and his fiancée paid P-A-Y-E-D. No. Mr. Johnson and his fiancée spelt right. She's got an acute accent over the E as well. How can you spell fiancé right and paid wrong? Anyway, Mr. Johnson and his fiancée paid more for a lampshade than I earned as a care worker. For over what period of time? Whatever. Let them eat cake is about right, says Tina in South Wales. I mean, I've seen pictures, not of the inside of their flat, but I've seen pictures that are appended to the work that their interior designer has done. And, wow. Maybe that's what gave me a headache this week, looking at pictures of that interior designer's work. No, I think it was the jab, actually. That second jab really put the wind up. I've pretty much lost all this week. Dreadful. Not that I'm complaining or anything.
Stop whining.
You know me. Bev texts, I've had real trouble sourcing black bin bags in the past couple of weeks. Is this just a St Albans problem? I don't know, Bev. Let me look into that for you. Hold your breath while I do. I've been reading up about Surrey Day. David texts, it's Surrey Day tomorrow. It's an annual event that started 3 years ago. So I've been reading all about it, and I'm still none the wiser. It says here on this website, the Earl of Wessex joined Visit Surrey chairman Christine to officially launch the 2021 Surrey Day celebrations. There's going to be celebrations. One question, who's the Earl of Wessex? Which one's that? I bet if I went into the street with a clipboard with £1,000 stuck to it, I wouldn't get one single correct answer as to who the Earl of Wessex is. And is that not a preposterous name to append to anybody? Earl. The Earl of Wessex. I mean, for crying out loud. What, we're living in a blooming Disney cartoon here. Somebody get him a sleeping maiden to kiss. The Earl of Wessex. Which one is that, by the way? Do you know which one that is?
Is it Prince Edward?
I've got no idea. Is it? Which one's Prince Edward? Huh?
The one with the least hair.
They've all got no hair. The least hair? Well, none of them have got any hair. Has a little bit of hair, a little bit, every now and again. If you don't look at him from above. When Sparkles sees that he's beginning to resemble a monk, she is going to freak. Where are Tina in South Wales? No, read that. Bev is still worried about a black bin bag issue. Well, about which I can't help. And Christian says, on which issues are you right-leaning? Well, quite a lot, actually. I am right-leaning on litter, on playing your music loudly so that it disturbs me personally, on nicking my stuff, scratching my car, basically anything that irritates me or discombobulates me in any way, shape or form. I want the person responsible to be put to death. Now, I'm sorry if that makes me sound like a Nazi, but that's just a fact. That right-leaning enough for you? Toby tweets, Bobby Farrell, the original member of Boney M, died on the 30th of December 2010 in a St. Petersburg hotel room in Russia. Coincidentally, the same date and city that Rara Rasputin died in. Now that's spooky, says Toby. And on that subject, Kingston, Omar.
Hey, Jim, you right?
Yes, good, thanks.
I actually, I don't know the bloke, but I used to train at the same gymnastics club as the new bloke in not the original bloke, the bloke from Boney M.
There's a new bloke?
Well, not the original bloke, but the bloke who's currently in their lineup. They're quite big in Eastern Europe. He's a genius.
Wow. Is he?
He's a greater genius than you. I mean, you're a genius, but he's a bigger genius than you.
Well, there's... I think your relationship to the word genius is a bit generous. I think you spread it about quite a lot. A little bit too much. Yeah. I'm not a genius, and he probably isn't a genius unless you can prove otherwise. What is so genius about him?
Yeah, he's a genius.
Right, like I said. I expected that was true all along.
When I first met him, he was actually training the people who do the stunts for all these Marvel films.
Right. That doesn't sound likely, but go on.
He started doing backflips and cartwheels and all sorts.
What, like a genius would, you mean? Daphne texts, you stupid man, it's Prince Edward. What? Prince Edward is the Earl of what's it? Earl. Does it come with a badge? I bet it comes with about 50 different badges, all of which are hanging off braids, and when they go out in all that daft costumery, it looks like John Lewis haberdashery department's thrown up on them. They look like my granny's curtains when they go out with all that stuff on them. Pull yourself together, Edward. Yeah, there is. That can't be true. That cannot be true.
I'm afraid it is.
You've got to tweet that out. Are we allowed to do that? Can we do that?
I can send it to you and you can do it, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Blame me. I'm the one that's going to be responsible. Look at that. How did you come up with that picture?
I used Google again.
Yeah, but what did you... Because, okay, we're not going to tweet it out, but you...
Prince Edward uniform, and
Right.
it's the third one.
What do you look like? That is preposterous. What are the medals actually for, by the way?
I'll get back to you.
Excellence in wearing a silly costume. It must have taken him 3 weeks to put all that on. That's ridiculous. What's that thing going round the side of his head in the second picture? It looks like one of those microphones. Well, no, it's like a black thing that goes from the back of his head all the way around. It looks like one of those microphones that Madonna uses, so she doesn't actually have to hold a mic, you know?
Yeah, we'll investigate that.
Yeah, or maybe he's in telesales. We found a use for him. Let's have Slough. Hello, Christine.
Oh, hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Long time no speak to you.
Ah.
But I've been fits of laughter at the same time, quite sort of annoyed at poor Keir Starmer being pulled about, saying that, he hasn't laid a blow on Johnson.
Yes.
But the thing is that he does. He's picking him apart, slowly but surely. Surely. Don't you realise that?
Well, I wonder if that is the plan, or that's what it looks like when you're trying to come up with an explanation as to why he isn't tearing chunks out of Johnson on a regular basis.
Well, the thing is, with a liar, you have to go slowly but surely, and then he falls in his own doo-doo.
But I don't think it matters to the general public. They don't care. He's up to his eyeballs in his own doo-doo.
I wouldn't say you don't care.
Well,
I care. I care because I think they're filling their boots at the cost of the public. You know, all this chicanery that goes on about giving their chums contracts and then denying it. I mean, people are not ignorant in this country. They know what's going on, unless they're blind, stupid and dumb as well.
Well,
but, the thing is that he's lying barefacedly.
He has a history of...
And then he also takes credit for something he doesn't do. Like, for example, the rollout of the vaccine, which actually was by the scientists.
The NHS took over.
And the NHS together, I was just coming to say that, the NHS and the scientists actually got it out. Not Johnson or the Conservative Party.
But
they just had to bloody well do it.
Of course they're taking the credit for it, because that's exactly what Donald Trump would do. Every single thing. And I'm going to come back to this probably forever.
Yeah, well, Brexit is another thing. Brexit is disaster for our country economically. Don't you think so? It's breathing disaster.
So far, it has not been anything close to what we were promised. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. And then the what's this going to hit the fan, and then we'll all wake up and say, oh my God, it's like that woman Mummery who was having an argument with James O'Brien, the chief of the MEP, saying that, no, I didn't say it, Johnson let us down, you dimwit.
Yes, it's an interesting experiment, I suppose. I mean, it's not really expected to do anything. That footballers and the like are taking a break from social media for 4 days. It's the sort of thing that we could change if we really, really wanted to. We could change it with no effort or expense involved on our part. We could bring down the biggest companies in the world in about a week by simply not buying or looking at their products anymore. I mean, social media products are we are the product, essentially. By which I mean our eyes on their site. That's what they're selling, us. We think they're selling themselves, but they're not. We're the product. that they're selling to, whoever is advertising on their sites. So they want to keep your eyeballs on it all the time. So if you just take a break for a while, then they will be significantly affected. If we just decided as human beings, just pick a social media site at random, any of them, any of the really, really big ones, the trillion-dollar companies, one of those, and we said, you know what, not this one anymore. And we all just stopped using it. We'd snuff them out in an instant. Then they'd change their behaviour. You bet they would. Emma in Suffolk says, that Prince Edward uniform is hilarious. That second one, what a wally. You may think that, Emma. I couldn't possibly comment. She says, the thing around his face is the tail from his hat. Yeah, I think the tail is still attached to the animal. He wants to get that looked at. As in, seen to. Let's have Vancouver. Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick. I've had an epiphany about Boris Johnson's popularity.
An epiphany? I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, an epiphany. An awakening, a revelation.
You can get pills, I'm pretty sure.
I had an ambulance for that, but it didn't work, so...
You could get it massaged out.
Oh, I like a good massage. I've been living in North America long enough that I don't mind having a stranger's hands on me these days. My British Reserve has worn off, I guess. It's his accent. That's all it is. It's his comedy accent.
No.
There's nothing else to it.
It isn't. It's not his accent. The British people are trained to genuflect before a posh accent. We can't help ourselves. It's innate. It's been beaten into us over generations. So the accent puts us rocks us back on our heels. The reason that people voted for him in the first place isn't the accent, it's all that, who, me? That sort of Billy Bunter-ish, Just William kind of cartoon image that he presents of himself, which isn't him.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not a posh accent. It's an academic posh accent. It's a Buffett accent.
No.
He sounds the same as the guy from Thomas Dolby. I blinded him with science, right? And what the Labour Party has to do is they have to get a Yorkshire guy to counteract that accent with a comedy Yorkshire accent. My gum. When me and Mrs. moved into the apartment with Dan on the way, we didn't need 40,000 quid.
Well,
and they could beat him.
That's actually not an insane idea. That's because the thing with Keir Starmer is that there is no personality there. He hasn't really got a personality, and so it's a bit difficult. This is one of the major problems that he's got. It's difficult to get noticed when you're on stage with Ken Dodd, which is what Boris Johnson is. He's the psychedelic clown waving his arms around and boggling his eyes and going, "Pah!" And it's very hard to get noticed when you're on stage with that clown show. So it might actually be, you might have something there that you need somebody who's got character pouring out of them in order to level the scales up a bit.
Well, it's not just that. When you listen to ads on your fine station there, advertising fine products, when they want people to trust something, they put a northern accent on. Right? You notice, insurance companies and Tesco's and what have you, and they want you to think that they're trustworthy. They put a northern accent on it. And if you ask people about the Labour Party leaders, particularly the Red Wall, well, who was the last Labour Party leader you like? Harold Wilson comes up constantly because he had that northern accent and he was trustworthy with his pipe and what have you. That's what they have to find. They have to find a fake northerner to take on the fake, the fake Prime Minister that you have right now.
Yes, well, perhaps, but, the Northern Wall, they voted for him.
I know. It beggars belief, it really does. But that's what I think they have to do. They have to find a Geordie or a Yorkshireman that will put on a fake, sort of a counter fake.
I think you may actually have something. But in America, you might have come to the same conclusion, and the opposite happened. They got somebody who was sort of solid, a little bit boring, I mean, we come to find out that he actually isn't, because he's quite radical so far. The first 100 days are really, quite astonishing what he's done. And he's sort of positioning himself to be one of the most radical presidents of all time, which is not what you expect. And neither was it, I'm sure, what people expected when they voted for him. They thought, well, he's solid, he's dependable, he's not going to surprise us, he's not going to frighten the horses or anything like that. And so that's the person that ousted our version of their version of Boris Johnson, their blonde clown. So it's possible that somebody like that could do it here, but I think you've got something there. They need somebody who's really broad, takes no nonsense, and a Yorkshireman would be typically of that description, who can just bat away Johnson's expostulations, all of his paw, all of that, and could just slap him down. They need somebody like that.
Yeah, I mean, because Americans don't care about accents at all. Accents don't count in America. So that's why they don't. And the way we Brits do. Accents are everything for Britain. It's the whole basis of the class structure.
Partly, but then America, I mean, they do say that they don't have a class structure in America. Yeah, you do. It's money. Money is the class structure in America, and people from the people from the coasts speak different to the dinglings from the middle, particularly in the South. And people from the South, they talk slow and they drawl, and it makes them sound a bit less intelligent than somebody who's really quick and clipped and comes from New York.
Yes, I would agree. And then there's the regional black accents as well, particularly from the South. But money is everything. If you have money, it doesn't matter if you have a Southern accent. They vote for Southerners. They don't mind, as long as Ted Turner is still as respected as anybody else, despite his Southern accent. Accents don't define what you are here. You can be working class and make it here, and they're fine with that. In fact, they're proud of that.
Yes.
Right.
Whereas
if you're working class in Britain,
then that's where you have to stay. Otherwise, you're getting ideas about your station.
You're not allowed to move up that ladder.
Yes, exactly.
Know your place. Know your place in the world.
Well, I know I do.
Keep off in the cab.
Yeah.
So do I. That's why I moved here.
Yeah, right. Okay, good to talk to you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think that maybe that would really sort of upset Johnson's act. Because at the moment he's being probed by a person from the establishment. I mean, he's very, very establishment, is Keir Starmer. And so Johnson, I think, it's relatively easy for him just to pull his act. And he doesn't really have to answer it. Well, he doesn't. He doesn't answer anything, does he? All of those questions put to him to PMQs. What's the point? He doesn't answer any of them. But I think that he needs somebody who is just going to, metaphorically speaking, rip the skin off him, flail him. He needs somebody to just get beyond the shield, his act, and just really start digging around in there, verbally speaking, and somebody with a strong personality might just do it. But who that might be, I don't know. I mean, who is there? Any ideas? Paul says, I seriously can't believe we've gotten to the point where the defence of PM Boris Johnson is, we knew he was a bit of a cad and we still voted for him. Keir Starmer actually did his job this week and opposed the government. Yeah. But I can't believe that we've gotten to the point where we congratulate Keir Starmer for doing his blooming job. Yeah, he made Boris Johnson properly angry, which means that he was properly angry already, with all this people quizzing him about his flat and about the billions of pounds of our money that seems to have just vanished into thin air. and about being late to lockdown again and again and again, and being disinterested at the beginning of the COVID crisis, and missing the Cobra meetings, and so on. All of that. It goes back to, I mean, I read that letter out that he got at school. You've probably seen it. It was the one from his master, and it said something like, Boris seems to take umbrage at the very idea that rules and regulations also should apply to him, and is astonished when he's not made captain of the school after having disgraced himself. Like, more or less, that's it. And he's exactly the same today as he was then. That's why he blew up at PMQs right at the end there, is because all of these things must be deeply, furiously irritating him on a daily basis. But he's got to keep up that gurning act, because without it, he's that snarling bloke at the end of PMQs there this week. And so what does he do? God, it's absolutely, it's embarrassing is what it is. While on the one hand saying, well, we can't have an inquiry into my various potential failings of the COVID crisis because we're all busy 24 hours a day. He actually used that phrase. All of the main people are busy 24 hours a day. It's not the right time. Well, it will never be the right time. The right time will never come. But at the very same time he was saying this, he was also rooting around in the dressing up box for another bloomin' photo opportunity, which seems to be a daily occurrence over at Bodger's place. This time it was in some seaside place where he ate an ice cream for the cameras. Busy? Let's have a call in Portsmouth. Henry. No, Harry. Not
yes,
Henry.
Great stuff, Nick.
Harry.
You were talking about that donkey jacket of Michael Foot's.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently, as far as I remember, he wore it at the Cenotaph. You know when, like, Boris was posed as being scruffy because the BBC mixed up the actual tapes on the breakfast programme. Well, he was at the Cenotaph, and that's when they called it a donkey jacket. But as far as I remember, it was more like a car coat. It may have been suede.
Suede? No, I'm not sure about that, but we do know where he bought it. He bought it in Harrods, and it was described as a donkey jacket, but apparently it wasn't anything of the sort. It was like a duffel coat or some such thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to drag it out of my memory banks rather than any research.
No, you don't want to research. No, of course not. Nobody does research anymore. You just think it up, and it becomes true.
And you call it Google. Yeah. If it's on Google, it's dead 100% accurate.
Exactly. Yeah.
This Carrie, Boris and Carrie thing, it's a bit like Harry and Sparkles, isn't it? You wonder who's wearing the trousers in the relationship.
Wow, that's the most 1970s sexist thing I've heard for about 3 minutes.
Well, I do apologise, but I've still said it anyway.
Yes.
You're talking about some device.
Yeah, I think let's just go back to that. I think it's less like who's wearing the trousers and who is dragging who around on a dog lead, because it seems like Bodger isn't the one that's making the decisions in that relationship.
It's the wonders of the internet. You can now have an avatar where the missus is dragging someone around all the shops of London, picking the furniture out.
Right.
It's terrible, really, what they're doing nowadays to these poor men, isn't it? But,
if you say so.
Yeah, I was going to say, though, you're talking about some sort of concreting device that sprayed the building. I only caught the half of it.
Oh, right.
That was
right back at the beginning of this show. Yeah, apparently they're making buildings by squirting concrete out of one of those printing machines.
That's it. Well, I just thought, he got rid of that Varfen squirter thingy bob, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I can just imagine one of these concrete mixer trucks trundling up Downing Street, and it will just spray a penthouse flat on top of
On
the
top of it, yeah, excellent
original
idea,
flat
yeah.
to carry order.
Right. Now you're thinking.
Good idea, just Morecambe, put your bolly up and watch out for the dribbles where it spats up the walls.
Right, okay. Thanks a lot, Harry. Keep thinking, it's what you do best. As soon as you have another thought, I want you to let me know straight away. Promise me you'll do that. I think that just momentarily there, he was using prime ministerial language.
Disgusting.
Awful. I do apologise. Got nothing to do with me. This show was like this when I got here. Let's have... oh, God. Oh, all right then. Here we go. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Hello, Nick.
Yes,
You okay?
Brian. What now?
Well, just think about all the money you spent on the flat.
Yeah.
It's so gaudy and all that.
Hideous.
I thought, well, who would like that type of decoration?
A Maharaja?
Yeah, Indian people.
Oh.
They're after all trade deals with India, aren't they?
Right.
Vietnam, Asia.
Yeah.
Is it to woo them when they come over? You know, I mean...
It's a bit on the nose, though, isn't it? I mean, you'd think that maybe an Indian diplomat would be well used to staying in hotels and so on, that would have sort of an international decor.
They're going to all be visiting Downing Street, aren't they?
Yeah.
Trade deals are going on.
But it looks like a curry house. I mean, it does. The pictures that I've seen are absolutely awful. How could anybody
Pictures on the
live
wall.
there? I mean, you'd need sunglasses just to live in there.
That's what I'm saying. You know, she's either around the bend, Carrie, or is the reason they've done it, you know?
Right. Give
is
Bodger a
it-
headache, because it's exactly
I mean,
what he deserves.
The only other reason, Nick, is Cummins right? Princess Nut. She's high maintenance, isn't she, if they've done it for...
Well,
you know,
if she's buying solid gold wallpaper, that is the very definition of high maintenance, yeah.
You know, yeah. And could be a reason behind it, maybe that, you know. Because surely even Boris, you couldn't sit in that all day, could you? You wouldn't be using it much, that would you? For your own personal use.
Well, I think that in knowing his history, I think Bodger wouldn't be in. He'd be out looking for hot toddy.
As you say, you'd need sunglasses when you're sitting there, you know. But could be a reason. Going to, you said that working class, the Red Wall, Midlands and the North, have left Labour. Why? The truth is, Nick, you've got it the wrong way around.
Oh, no.
Labour left us.
Well,
that's the problem.
But yes, but Labour, there may be something to that, but there can't possibly be anything to the inverse of that, which is the Tory party found you.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that Labour have been for a while now, since Tony Blair, metropolitan and southern facing, but no more so, not a fraction that the Tory party are.
But you still got a situation now where they're saying they're trying to get them back, aren't they? They're saying that. But how will they get them back by what they're saying? Keir Starmer never mentions Brexit at all, so we don't know what he thinks about it.
I think he said it's settled, it's done. Let's just move on.
Yeah, but you've got to say more than that.
I don't think so. I mean, it's done. Well, you don't. What more can he say? We've lost 10% of the value of this country. The fishing industry is collapsing all around. The farming industry is having a terrible time of it. Small businesses that can't take on the extra costs are falling by the wayside. I mean, what do you want him to say?
No, but what we're saying is, he said, I want to win them back. I mean, now, he does things like, he puts a Union Jack round him. He started it off. Speaking with the Union Jacks there.
No, he didn't. No, that's not true.
He did.
No. It did not start it off. That's very much the Conservative Party who are taking their cue from Donald Trump.
He's trying to do things like that to say I'm patriotic and that, because he knows the North and Midlands are patriotic. So he done that.
No, wrong. The North and Midlands are not patriotic any more than any other part of the country. Wrapping yourself in the flag as a politician is not patriotism.
Well, all right,
It's
well, he's trying to-
wait a minute. It's using the flag as a shield to deflect criticism.
How can he win us back when he's got half his party saying they want to rejoin the EU? Corbyn's lot are saying they want to rejoin it.
Yeah, well, the Conservative Party are absolutely chock full of people who thought it was a disastrous move to leave the European Union as well. Most politicians, as you know, were thinking and speaking as with one voice on that. A very few, for reasons best known to themselves, probably money related, they wanted us out, and those are the people that spent the most and managed to effect a success a success which will only fall on them personally. The rest of us are screwed. But you know, we have to live with it, Brian.
You're going away from the subject, Nick. What we're saying
What's the subject?
The subject was they want to win it back.
Right. Well, my question is to you: what does Bodger have to do, or say, or fail to do to make the people who used to think that the Tories were not interested in them...
what he has to do, Keir Starmer...
Bring that thought back.
What he has to do, forget that, what he has to do to try and win us back is this. He wants to come out and say, look, I've totally accepted Brexit.
Oh, God.
We've left, right?
He's done that already.
Just a second, right? And he's got to keep repeating that. He's keeping silent. And he's got to prove to us. The reason...
Brian, do you think that Brexit is going well?
Yes, I do.
In what way?
Well, you keep saying it's a fishing disaster.
Yeah, it is.
Just a second. 3 or 4 months ago, you said the fishing doesn't employ as much people as Harrods. So you're talking nonsense about what you think.
No, Brian, I was right then about that particular point in that it's not very important for the economy of this country, but it's very important for the people who do fishing for a living.
Yes, but you said money-wise it's not a big thing, so it's not a disaster, is it?
It's a disaster for the people who make a living doing fishing. The point of bringing the fishing industry up again and again is because they were used as a prop. The people who make a living and their associated communities were used as a prop by the people that wanted to give the idea that this is an industry that represents patriotism. Is that word again? Because, you know, ruling the high seas, Britannia rules the waves, all of that. It was the most patriotic business that they could think of. And so they used them as a prop. Now, whether the people with evil intent actually knew that the fishing industry was basically screwed if we were persuaded by them using the fishing industry as a prop, if they knew that they were looking at their own demise, I mean, I wouldn't be remotely surprised if they did. If the Brexiteers knew that they were the prop that they were using was going to be the end of it, with the end of their living and the end of their communities. I wouldn't put it past them. That's the reason why. It's the first, plus it's the first of the major industries that is falling over. Farming being the one that's coming up close on the inside. Here, Brian, I've got to go. You can see what time it is. I'm 2 minutes past the break. Coincidentally, Mick texts, where's your dear friend Brian these days? Well, there he was, right there. Wrong about everything, as usual. Evan says, I must add, though, that Keir is working class. Keir Starmer. He says his father was a toolmaker. Well, his father might have been working class, but Keir Starmer could not be more middle class. Are you kidding me? If he got his hair in Waitrose, he couldn't be any more middle class.
Hi, Nick. You were talking earlier on about people from the north, right? And Lisa Nando, she kind of puts me in mind of Victoria Wood, because she's from this part of the world, isn't she? From Lancashire and that. From Bury in Lancashire.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think she's got a proper northern accent. But for me, the true leader of the Labour Party, a great representative, would definitely be Andy Burnham if he was in charge, because he challenged Boris, remember, during the covert thing, when they were putting back representation and money and stuff, and he stood up to the Andy Burnham, what is he again? He's the mayor of Manchester.
Right.
He stood up, didn't he? And he made a stand against Boris.
I think
I think he would be a future leader.
Right. Well, quite possibly. I think that it needs somebody who can draw the eye away from the clown show that is Bodger. Because the public are, you have to treat them as you should treat me, a very slow-witted, dense individual. Speak to them like they're a baby, because that's why that's part of Boris Johnson's appeal, is that forget everything that he says. He's amusing on a visual level. That's the reason why the hair, the crumpled suit, all of that boggle-eyed stuff that he does. He appeals to people on a non-verbal level. So I think you need somebody like that, but it is much more sort of grounded and down to earth, and can just bat away that act, just smack the mask right off him, metaphorically speaking. You need somebody like that.
Nick, what about you?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And Keir Starmer.
I'd vote for you, Nick.
Okay, you can do that at your leisure. I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Michael. Keir Starmer may be perfect in a courtroom, where it's very. I haven't been in a courtroom, but I imagine it's very quiet and calm, and he can very softly find his way to the truth and unpick a perp. But that's not the job here. He's in show business now. I mean, when you're a prosecutor in court, then you can't play big. You don't want Al Pacino. That's for the films. Only in the movies, I imagine, is a lawyer like Al Pacino. But Al Pacino would do pretty well against Bodger Johnson just by slapping that mask off him, which we saw at PMQs. And if you didn't see it, then it's worth looking it up on the World Wide Web. I bet it's on YouTube, when Bodger got all het up. Started yelling, he did. Yelling and pointing. It's like he lost his mind. I thought he started foaming at the mouth, and he needed a tetanus shot. Somebody should put one of those cones over his head. Let's try it, see what happens. Who's with me? Hands in the air. Stephen in Cheltenham says, looking at Prince Edward in full regalia, you'd be forgiven for thinking that he played drums for the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Yeah. Absolutely preposterous. What are all those medals for, by the way? Apart from being Mummy's little angel. Apart from that, what are they for, by the way? And the bits of string, or the braid, and the cords, and the pulleys, and the... I mean, you talk about dressing up. I mean, at least Bodger hasn't gone that far. Not yet. As soon as we see him take the podium in military regalia, well, I'll see you at the airport. This text says, Clement Attlee was a man who would hardly attract a look today. However, he was the Prime Minister whose government gave us the NHS. It's a measure of the infantilism to which this country has sunk that Attlee would not get a look in today. Yeah, well, you could say the same about Biden. Not the giving us the NHS part, but you could miss him in a crowd, really. You could not miss Donald Trump in a crowd. That's absolutely true. And he is a mesmerising performer. That's also correct. Whereas Joe Biden isn't. And yet he beat him. Okay, so it cost $1 billion to do it, but it is possible. And it's, we have a history in this country of going for really, like performance PMs and following them with dull functionary types. Well, I think when the time comes, we may be yearning for a dull functionary. Who knows? We'll find out when we get there, I suppose. Let's have a call in the Barbican. Hello, Alan.
Good evening.
Alan.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm very despondent. I mean,
oh no.
I'm up to 65 years old. I paid my taxes all my life.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just before this calamity happened, I went self-employed, so I get absolutely
nothing. Right.
I think Boris Johnson has actually done a much, much better job than Donald Trump. He's actually managed to not only fool all of the British public, but keeps them behind him. It's unbelievable. I mean, I was listening to your caller Brian earlier, Brexit doing well. And when you look at fishing, fashion, farming,
yeah.
events, all of it, it's multi-billion. Multi-billion. I was in international events, actually in the oil and gas industry, and it died overnight. A company of 200 people going down to 20.
Yeah, that's happened over and over and over again. And you can lay the blame for a lot of the economic problems that we're facing at COVID. Of course you can. What is part of Boris Johnson's continuing luck, like he's made a deal with either the devil or his opposite, whichever it is, the devil I expect, is that he will forever be able to hide behind COVID. Oh, well, the reason that Brexit didn't go swimmingly well is because of COVID. Couldn't do anything about that.
Well, he's obviously very popular at the moment because of the vaccine, but that's nothing to do with him.
Of course.
All he did was spend our money buying vaccines for the country and gave it to the NHS, and they've done a fantastic job.
Yes.
And if you look at the NHS bus, I mean, would it pass the Advertising Standards Authority?
They get out of it on a technicality because it didn't actually say they were going to spend $350 million on the NHS.
Any business that was putting a message across that had the information that people believed, they would not allow.
It shouldn't be allowed, no. I completely agree with you, because the implication is undeniable that they were going to spend £350 million a week on the NHS. True.
And it seems as though we're living in a world of sound bites. I mean, when you have Cameron and all of this mess that's going on at the moment, the only thing that said is lessons need to be learned.
Oh, God, if I hear that one more time.
Well, I tell you what, if Mr. Cameron, who was a Prime Minister, if this country has to learn by lessons, we're in trouble.
Yeah, if he has to find out what is right and wrong by instituting an inquiry and waiting 3 years and spending £30 million to find out what is right and wrong, then, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so, I mean, the whole thing, and all of this nonsense about it's not the right time for inquiries, yet they can spend 3 times as much time trying to stop them.
Yes. Yeah, not to stop all investigation and inquiry into this government. Not only that, but they don't want you, or will forbid you, to protest against that very thing. It's like a coup.
But hold on, where does that leave us? Are we actually in a democracy, or are we?
Well, it's a sort of democracy. It's not what I would describe as being very democratic, given that our system is an unelected head of state and an unelected upper house, which is the second largest legislature in the world, and that time after time, a party that gets a minority of votes gets a majority of MPs. So it's not really that democratic. Not really.
I sat on 2 parliamentary dining clubs over the last 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
And I've listened to both sides of the House. Actually, I sat on Conservative parties. And all that I heard was toe the party line. I mean, if you look at what's going on with Johnson now, I don't care about how much he spent on his flat. What I am concerned about is the fact that if somebody decides to say, hey, Boris, I can help you out, that's fine. But what is the payback?
What seems to be most surprising to me, I mean, the general public thinks that all politicians are crooked. They're all on the
They're
take.
not. No.
I know that, but I'm saying that is the perception among the general population. I hear it over and over, oh, they're all like that, as an excuse for, the failings of an individual MP. They'll say, we expect that. They're all like that. What's amazing to me is how little it costs as a donor to make. I mean, you donate 10 grand and you can expect £100 million to come your way. It must be the best investment that has ever existed.
I think this is what people are missing with this wallpaper nonsense, is the fact that it's not what he's been given, it's what's expected in return.
It's like many of these things, it's the cover-up that may do it for them.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, so you were a member of the dining clubs of the Conservative and Labour?
Actually, it was just Conservative. Labour would not have a dining club.
Right. What was the food like?
Which was interesting is it was absolute rubbish. It was on the Thames Terrace, dining room number 1.
Right.
Yes, and we had...
I've been there. I went there once, and I can practically smell it from here. It smelled like an old people's home. Like boiled cabbage was seeping from the building.
Oh, no, I have to... No, that was the rafters, and as the Parliament shows now, it's falling apart. The place stinks. But the thing is that these parliamentary dining clubs, I went along and it was all leading companies within my area, which was Ilford North at the time. And in fact, I won't mention the parliamentary, the member of parliament at the time. But the thing was the major people, the major companies that were going, if they wanted to ask a question that was a little bit uncomfortable, they used to pass me the question because I was an independent consultant, so I couldn't be hurt.
Right.
If it was a major company, it may have been frowned upon. So they used to pass me, and that was great because afterwards in the members' bar, everyone used to buy me drinks.
Well, then you're a handy person to know, Alan. I'll give you my order shortly. Thanks a lot, mate. Gotta go. What? Are you sure? Yeah. Blimey. Well, that puts the cat amongst the pigeons. That makes more sense than the YouGov poll. Well, there's a new Survation poll for the Daily Mail. Westminster voting intention. Conservatives on 39, down 1. Labour on 38, up 4. The Lib Dems, you remember the Lib Dems, don't you?
No.
Yeah, there used to be a thing. 9%. The Greenies, 6. Snp, 4. Oth, 5. Wow, they're almost level pegging. And Labour are up 4, and the Tories are down 1. Only down 1. Only down 1. How does he do it? It's a mystery, as Toya used to say. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick.
Jan.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me on your programme.
Thanks for
again.
being
And I
on
hope
my
you'll be
programme.
all
I
right.
appreciate it tremendously.
Yeah, I know you're almost finishing now, but I hope you'll be all right on your second dose. I'm sure you will.
I've had it already. That was my second
I know, but you were
dose.
saying you were feeling a bit not so good. But
Woozy.
yeah, well, I hope you feel all right. But
Achy.
I called Nick because I just discovered, and I thought I'd come in on try and get in on the show on it, because I just discovered that we haven't yet had a public. Boris Johnson hasn't been. There's been no public inquiry yet in the care scandal.
Woo! Oh, wow. That was amazing. Oh, I need to lie down on a cigarette. Oh, that was the most intense, emotional experience I've ever had. How was it for you, Jan?
Sorry?
Oh, don't be sorry. It's I'm floating on a cloud. Did I get any on you? Oh, that was tremendous.
Nick, I have just discovered.
Yes.
There's a five-part TV drama with Kenneth Branagh playing Boris Johnson.
Oh God.
Commissioned by Sky, directed by Michael Winterbottom, and Tim Shipman or something will act as consultant who worked for the Financial Times or something. But I'm quite shocked by it because it's not. I don't know on what level it's going to be, because we haven't yet had a public inquiry into all the things that Boris has been doing. You know what I mean? So
no,
are they making a star of him? It's not going to be trial by TV, is it? They're going to have.
I'll get a word in edgeways. I'm still lying here in an orgiastic cloud of loveliness, and she's berating me about Kenneth Branagh. Kenneth Branagh's going to have to get fitted up with a fat suit. No offence. Here, Jan, I recommend decaffeinated coffee. I've got to go, but thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear, for whatever that was. Greenock. Hello, Deborah.
Hi, Dick.
Deb.
I was just want to say, I think you and Brian have both got it wrong about a flag thing. That only came about when there was 20 Poles putting Scottish independence in the lead. All of a sudden they were draping themselves in Union Jacks everywhere, demanding they were in buildings in Scotland.
See, I think it was a Donald Trump thing. I think that they saw Donald Trump in front of the just acres of flags and thought, hey, you know what, that looks good.
St George then? Because they don't really care about Scotland, really. Only when it suits them.
Yeah, exactly. Only when it suits them, yeah. But then you can say that about anything.
Yeah. Just to make him about when there was 20 Poles was in the lead, how we would counteract that. Oh, let's put Union Jacks and everywhere, and because Nicola Sturgeon still had the EU flag on their building,
yeah,
they didn't take too well to that.
No, of course not.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're always going to save ourselves as EU anyway.
Yes.
We've got a flag up or down, it doesn't matter, it's what's in us.
Yeah.
We're always going to be part of Europe, nobody can take that away from us.
Well, unless they actually hook us up to a boat and drag us away, we will always be a part of Europe. Yeah, unless they can manage to pull us physically away from it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Deborah, I've got to go, but thanks for that. Everybody south of the border is going, what did she say? My ear is attuned, having grown up in Scotland, but I'm sure a lot of people were confused, to put it mildly. Thanks a lot, Deborah. I got every single word. Mark in Portugal says, how about this guy to lead Labour? Come back, Ken Livingstone. All is forgiven. Whatever happened to Ken Livingstone? He's probably relaxing with his feet up. And Johnny in Watford says, Nick, a guy told me a funny joke earlier. What does a donkey in Brighton have for lunch? About 20 minutes. Well, I think you got that wrong on 2 counts, Johnny. Neither funny nor a joke. I think that's right. That's the international sound of being right. Electoral Commission have demanded to see emails and WhatsApp messages and etc. and so on. And the Conservative Party have said that in answer to that, they want to get rid of the Electoral Commission. Once again, it's what would Donald Trump do? The absolute worst in any given circumstance.
Don't be rude.
All right, there's plenty more where that came from. But first, let's do this. This is great. This might be my favourite story so far this year. A free roadside book kiosk in West Yorkshire, in a village in West Yorkshire, is being filled with X-rated literature, sparking a hunt for the library porn prankster. The unnamed joker placed the erotic books in a wooden box set up for residents of Cornholme near Todmorden to exchange reading material. Apparently it's a thing. Do you remember books?
No.
No, they used to be a thing that old people used to while away their time staring at, if you can believe that. Yeah, they've got a library where people just pop a little book in, this little hut, and others can, help themselves to it. And they're pretty much like that big basket of food when you leave a supermarket. It's really nice of the supermarket just to put out that big basket of food for you to help yourself. Quite considerate, I think. The unnamed joker placed the erotic books in a wooden box set up for residents of Cornholme near Todmorden to exchange reading material. However, big giant wobbly butt. The filthy donation sparked outrage from one villager who pinned a note onto the green box, which sat upon a wooden pole next to the village notice board, demanding it to stop. The printed note said, "Whoever is placing the copies of pornographic literature in here, stop. Cornholme is a God-fearing Christian village. If this filth is to your liking, may we suggest that you move to the cesspit that is Hebden Bridge." Hebden Bridge, you know what you've done. Cornholme, by the way, is a former mill town with a population of just 1,600 perverts.
Disgusting.
My favourite story of the year so far, and we're a third in. God, can you believe that? A third of the year has gone already, and what we done? Nothing. The Kill the Bill people are out again, by the way. Thousands of Kill the Bill, not kill the bill, kill not the bill. Kill the Bill, never mind. Thousands of Kill the Bill protesters have marched through central London today as crowds amassed in 40 towns and cities across the country and across the world, by the way. They weren't protesting about what's happening here. It was just, March the 1st, traditional seasonal riots. In France, you could set your watch by them. Demonstrators were seen pouring through Trafalgar Square to demand that the government scrap a new bill which criminalises marches, deemed a public nuisance, by which they mean a nuisance to the dear leader. A bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
People also rallied in places including, but not limited to, Brighton, Bristol, Cheltenham, Edinburgh, Leeds, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle, Truro and Sheffield. Despite the continued threat of the coronavirus, it says in the Mail. Which is a publication at the same time putting out stories urging the government to release restrictions on indoor dining and pubs and care homes and to open up the whole of the economy because the case numbers are so low. See, they would be good crowds. Any crowds disrespecting the dear leader are bad crowds and are filled with COVIDiots, apparently. A coalition of activist groups are staging staging the demonstrations today as the bill passes through Parliament this month. Sisters Uncut is a feminist group which is helping to lead the action. They have condemned the legislation as authoritarian. You betcha, you betcha, you bet. Worst Who song ever.
Rock and roll!
It really is the worst, apart from Who Are You? Who. Dreadful. Anyway, this is a complete aside. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Don't get Roger Daltrey started. Danny Kane, a youth worker, told The Big Issue. Is that still a thing? Wow. I feel embarrassed that I haven't bought The Big Issue in, ever. I mean, it must be a decade or more since I bought The Big Issue. But then I don't buy magazines or publications of any kind. Words. Ugh. Words? Who needs words?
Boring.
No thanks. Danny Kane, a youth worker, told The Big Issue, "It is vital that we prevent this bill from being passed in order to keep ourselves safe and resist the authoritarian abuse of state power." Correctamundo. It's interesting, isn't it, that the constant refrain from the government over the last year or so has been about safety. Stay safe, they say, over and over again for a year or more. But how safe would we be from the government if we were not allowed to protest against them? I mean, what about that sounds safe to you? Unless you assume that you are part of a group that would never have their rights curtailed or their interests acted against by the regime. And if that is actually what you think, then I have a genuine made-in-China Rolex watch I'd like to sell you. Special price! The government's police crime sentencing and courts bill would give police in England and Wales more powers to impose conditions on non-violent protests. They already have plenty of powers to curtail violent protests, even to curtail violent protests violently. They want the power to prevent all protests. It's pretty much how it's written. If you've got a problem, keep it to yourself. They can prevent non-violent protests deemed noisy or a nuisance, with those convicted liable to fines or jail terms. And don't even think of disrespecting a statue, especially if it's one of the Tories' favourite slave trader statues. They are weirdly very fond of those. And the penalty for denting a bronze is worse than if you dented an actual human being. God, if Prissy Patel had her way, you'd be squashed into a cannon and blasted into space. A Home Office spokesmodel said, "The right to protest is a cornerstone of our democracy."
Yowza.
Oh, God, the wrong one. Very, very close. I'll use it in a minute. In fact, I'll use it. I'll just say it again. The right to protest is a cornerstone of our democracy. That's what they said. They said, but over recent years, we have seen an increase in the use of disruptive and dangerous tactics. Well, what do you mean by recent years? What, the last 100, you mean? The spokesmodel said, these new measures will not stop people from carrying out their civic rights to protest and be heard. Yes, they will. But will prevent large-scale disruption, enabling the silent majority to get on with their lives, yet silently. Keep staring at the floor. Don't make any sudden moves. As usual, with this government, it is gaslighting us, telling us what is up is actually down. The right to protest is a cornerstone of our democracy. I mean, the bill is exactly written to stop people being heard. They say that we want you to protest if you like, and it is your right to be heard, while writing a bill that prevents you, literally prevents you from being heard. If you make a noise, you're under arrest. How can you be heard if you don't make a noise? And that repetition of the right to protest is a cornerstone of our democracy. I mean, ministers keep trotting that one out. I mean, it's hard to know how they keep a straight face when they say it. Actually, come to think of it, they don't, do they? That smirk is a definite giveaway. None of them can stop smirking because they know they're getting away with it. Tracy in Yorkshire texts, the erotic booker depositing porn in the telephone box is probably an unemployed disgruntled librarian whose job has been replaced by said telephone book. There's no such thing as a telephone book anymore, Tracy. Keep up, dear. Anybody under the age of 30 is going, what's a telegraph book, Granny? Colm has emailed in, says, Bo and Keir as different as chalk and cheese. One's a smart person that knows what to say and when to say it. The other's a wise guy that knows whether or not to say it and who to say it to. I think he's disrespecting you, Bodger. What do you reckon? He's unsure. Keeping his powder dry. Bo and Keir. Bo. Ugh. That's... We've got to stop calling him Boris, because Boris makes him sound like a little cuddly teddy bear. He's not cuddly. That person that we saw snarling at Prime Minister's questions, that's who he is. Take the mask away, and there's the monster inside. There's some interesting stuff coming out in defence, excuse me, in defence of Carrie. You know, Bodger's other half, Bodger's current girlfriend. Current girlfriend, Bodger.
I can't comment on that.
This is all in one day, yesterday in the Mail. Believe me, it's a lot easier to run a country than deny a wife her home makeover. Boy, they really are getting their soldiers all in a line, aren't they? Defend the dear leader. Believe this. These are all headlines, all grouped together. Different stories, similar headlines. It's all in defence of the dear leader's blinging do-over of his flat. Believe me, it's a lot easier to run a country than deny a wife her home makeover. God, was that headline written in the 1950s? Carry on strictly. Show bosses are keen to sign the most glamorous woman in politics to this year's lineup. And sorry, I don't blame Carrie for wanting a little luxury. Little spelled Lytle, which is apparently the name of the interior decorator. Although, if that is what is required to be an interior decorator, just say, put that pattern on everything, then I could definitely do that job. I could do that job asleep. Boris Johnson faces the prospect of a fourth, count them, a fourth inquiry into the financing of his lavish flat makeover. Oh, I could only dream of having a lavish flat makeover. Wouldn't that be marvellous? Bodger says there's nothing to see here, and he is not known for bending the truth. Liar! Former Labour Minister Dame Margaret Hodge is not aware of the Prime Minister's relationship with probity and honesty and uprightness, and called for a formal inquiry into the dear leader. Oh, leave him alone. He's doing his best. I've received many calls that sound exactly like that. Stop picking on Boris. He's doing his best. God. Anyway. Former Labour Minister Dame Margaret Hodge is... and one of those inquiries is... one of the four inquiries, beat this, it's where the Prime Minister himself decides whether the Prime Minister is guilty. Can you believe that?
No.
Isn't that incredible? You're literally marking his own homework, giving himself an A star. Well done, Bodger. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I mean, it's not like he's not got form. Bodger Johnson has previously been reprimanded for the late declaration of 10 other financial interests. 10! What? He's got the memory of a sieve. Can't remember to comb his hair, can't remember not to cheat on his wives, can't remember how many children he's got, never mind about a country. He's not fit to run a bath. Actually, he looks like he could do with a bath. Can we be honest just for a moment? Does he not look like he could do with a bath? We have the only country leader on earth that looks like he should be run through a car wash. Without a car. Get those bristles to beat the stink out of that suit. Give him the full wheel, wash and wax. Bodger Johnson was facing the prospect of a fourth inquiry into the financing of his lavish flat makeover after Labour reported him to Parliament's sleaze watchdog. Boy, is that the word of the year so far? Sleaze. The Prime Minister insisted that there was nothing to see here. They keep going out with that, oh, the public aren't interested in that. Really? Is that why there's practically nothing else in the papers apart from this? So many stories. I mean, you could paper the inside of his flat with stories about papering the inside of his flat. Not interested? You're joking. But they keep saying, oh, the public has no interest in this. It's like that Chief Wiggum from The Simpsons. Now, it's a good long while since I saw it, but one of the funniest things I saw was there's an explosion in a fireworks factory, and it's all going off like the end of the world, and Chief Wiggum is standing in front of it, telling the crowd, nothing to see here, please move along. He said he's paid the 58 grand himself. The £58,000 cost overrun. Well, £58,000 might not even be the half of it. People are saying it's 200 grand. How can you spend £200,000 doing a flat that already exists? How? I mean, build one from scratch? Yes. He described the row as a farrago of nonsense. You know, just like he called the suggestion that he was having an affair with a writer on a magazine who got pregnant by him and had an abortion, and called the idea an inverted pyramid of piffle, which, in opposition to what you might imagine, actually means it's true. Inverted pyramid of piffle means it's true, apparently, because he got found out and fired from the shadow cabinet by Michael Howard. That was when you used to get fired in politics for lying. Can you imagine that?
No.
No. I don't think anything gets you fired now, apart from disrespecting or disagreeing with the dear leader. And now the former Labour Minister, Dame Margaret Hodge, calls for a formal inquiry into allegations that the bill was initially settled by the Conservative Party, which was reimbursed by a millionaire. And around and around and around it goes. It's a swirling eddy of sleaze. In a letter to the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, Catherine Stone. Hey, there's a Parliamentary Standards Commissioner. Can you believe that?
No.
In a letter to the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, Catherine Stone, who's doing a fantastic job, by the way. Oh, the standards in Parliament, through the roof. Dame Margaret said the PM had repeatedly broken the rules that require MPs to declare donations within a month of receipt. Well, repeatedly breaking the rules seems to be his thing. I mean, it was his thing in school. I talked about this yesterday and last week. That famous letter from the headmaster saying that young Bodger frequently breaks the rules and is amazed at the impertinence of anybody in authority suggesting that he might be wrong about doing that. Puh! Just same hairstyle, same attitude as when he was a child. Mr. Johnson, previously been reprimanded for the late declaration of 10 other financial interests, has been warned he faces enhanced sanctions if he breaches the rules again. These include being sanctioned, and if that doesn't work, he'll be chastised, and in extreme circumstances, he might even be castigated.
Fabulous.
So you better watch out, Bodger. And Margaret Hodges' inquiry will join the Electoral Commission that's launching a formal investigation into the affair. And as I said at the top of the show, the Conservatives' response to that is to want to ban the Electoral Commission. Wow, it's like a coup. Check the map. Are we living in South America? The watchdog said, we are now satisfied that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that an offence or offences may have occurred. And the penalties? Well, there aren't any. And his cult fans will absolutely love the libs getting frothingly irate about all this. Still convinced that Bodger will lead them to the fabled sunny uplands. And on top of all that, there's an internal review by the Cabinet Secretary Simon Case, and the Wallpaper Gate saga is also being investigated by the new advisor on ministerial interests, Lord Geit, who was appointed by the very same Bodger Johnson, who had to appoint a new advisor on ministerial interest because the last one resigned because the stench of corruption coming off the government was seeping through his face mask. The last one said, right, that's it, I'm leaving. Because that was when there was an inquiry into bullying by Priti Patel. By Priti Patel. Bullying. The inquiry said guilty, and Bodger just waved it away like he would the vegetables at dinner. Yeah, they can spend £30,000 on doing up the flat. On us. They move in, we give them a 30 grand cheque to spend as they wish on anything they want to tart up their flat. and they have to pay any balance above that themselves. Now, an ordinary human being couldn't spend more than 30 grand on a small flat. But we're not talking about ordinary human beings here. Johnson refused 3 times to tell MPs, PMQs, who had paid the extra 58 grand thought to have been incurred. Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer urged the PM to come clean. Whoa, steady on there, Keir. You're sounding like the opposition. And Bodger yesterday insisted that it was time to move on. Right. Yeah. The old Jedi mind trick that they're all trying on lately. The public are not interested in this. This is not the story you are looking for. And in a moment of comedy that he is known for, Bodge said that he will remain laser-focused on delivering the people's priorities as we work to unite, level up and increase opportunity across the UK. And he said that while raiding the dressing up box and grabbing an ice cream to use as a prop on yet another of his photo opportunities designed to take our mind off the mountain of dead people and the dismal economy and the rolling disaster that is Brexit, and giving of billions of pounds of your money to friends and neighbours and, most of all, donors. It really is about the money, honey. And there's a lot of it about. It's just that you can't get your hands on any. That's all. God. You know, I said this yesterday. We do look at America and think, wow, you know, at least we're not America. I mean, those people are ridiculous. But now that you-know-who has been dragged out, kicking and screaming, to spend the rest of his life whining, now we have the world's most embarrassing leader.
Don't be rude.
It's true. True, Donny. I'm just speaking the facts. Francesca, this is the text that I was reading. Francesca texts, what would you lefties do if you had nothing to moan about? We righties are actually doing you lot a favour by giving you a reason to live. You should be grateful. Oh, thanks, Francesca.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. On behalf of moaning snowflake lefties. And I restate my case from yesterday. I'm not a lefty. I change my opinion based on what the issue at hand is. I mean, if you describe yourself as a lefty or a righty, then that just implies to me that you haven't thought about anything. Not thought about a single blooming thing. I'm trying to get some calls on the air, but there's an issue, which I hope we can resolve. Hang on a minute. I'll have to... Because if we can't, then we're screwed. You'll have to listen to me bore on for 3 hours.
Boring.
Yeah, thanks. Now, let's see what we got here. No. I felt sure that because isn't that always the thing? You turn it off and on again, and then it works like magic. But ever since I got that second vaccine, the one with the microchip in it, nothing seems to work for me anymore. Thanks a lot, Bill Gates. You see what you've done? You've ruined this show. Manchester. Hello, Vicky. Is this a real human being on the phone to me? No.
Hello?
Yes, Vicky.
Oh, hi. I'm actually completely in agreement with you that I cannot believe the apathy of the UK population. Like, this guy is unbelievable. And he is running our country. He is dishonest. He is rude. He is sexist. He is racist. And
yeah, but apart from that,
nobody see that. He is so corrupt.
Well,
how can no one see that? How?
I think that people do see it, and I think that they like what they see. He's a reflection of our worst, of the worst of us, and there's a lot of the worst of us in all of us. It's the same. It's the same as Donald Trump in America. People thought, well, exactly the charge sheet that you just gave about Bodger. They're the same person essentially. He's rude. He's sexist. He's racist. He lies. all the time. Donald Trump, I mean, Bodger has lied verifiably many times. Does it over and over and over again. And in getting away with it, people, his cult fans, just love it ever more because they themselves would like to get away with all that.
The population of the UK, I'm just so disappointed in.
You're not angry.
I'm like, Nick,
you're
could you
just
get on a boat with
disappointed.
me, with my
I
family?
absolutely will not do that. No, you can't make me. How about a train? Can I interest you in a train?
Yes, a train.
Let's stay on dry land. All right.
Like, why? Why does no one believe it's out there? There are people out there willing to testify that he said, let bodies pile up.
People don't mind. They just don't mind. They see a man getting away with it when they themselves can't. So they invigorates them. They get a charge, an electric thrill going through them. Look, that person there is everything that's bad about me, and he's doing fantastically well. They love that.
I just, what have we got for the hope of the next generation if they see that that is how we should operate and communicate and be in life?
Well, I think the next...
honest
well, the next generation aren't like that, though. I mean, it's always...
I hope not.
Well, until they get to be older, and then they'll be exactly like that. But in the meantime, and it's always the same with, the younger generation, they see the misdeeds and the machinations of their elders, and they think, wow, these people are awful. I'll never be like that. Well, just stick around. Wait till you get yourself a car and a house, and you've got bills up to your eyeballs, and the only thing you can think about is paying less tax. Just wait; they'll be exactly like that when they get older. Yeah, but
really,
so you got to catch them when they're young. Vote when you're young.
Really?
Really?
Are you really saying that?
I'm really saying it, Vicky. Watch my lips.
I'm just so sad for the next generation though, because
well, they do it to themselves.
It's never going to get better till
They-
people believe the generation that have been through it and understand it and see it.
They do it to themselves, the young. They're not attended to by the political class because they don't vote.
How do we change that?
Oh,
How
well,
do we change that?
I've
How
got no
do we
idea.
got
I mean,
to change?
at this point, I give up.
Well, then get on the train with me to this island.
Right, okay. I'll meet you at the station. Platform 9. Be there or be square. Thanks a lot, Vicky. This text says, I am hoping Boris will market some MAGA-style hats made from that wallpaper. That's all that's missing, is the MAGA hats. They are the same person. Roger text, to be fair to Bodger and Carrie, would you want to inherit Theresa May's choice in home decor? Besides, Carrie wears the trousers in this relationship. I think it's because wears the trousers is the implication is very, very sexist to there. I think it's more like she drags him around on a lead like a dog. It's more like that. Heel. Somebody needs to get him to, not poop on the carpet, metaphorically speaking. I don't think Theresa May changed that flat one iota. I think David Cameron came in and I got John Lewis to throw up in there. Basically, he just went to John Lewis and said, I'll take everything. I don't think Theresa May did anything. I may be wrong about that, but I think, but in saying it out loud these days, it makes it a fact. So it's true. Theresa May didn't change one single thing. And what's fascinating to me is that the thing that exercised Bodger the most was that it got out the phrase that he said something of the order of, it's a John Lewis furniture nightmare in there. And that phrase got out, which was the worst thing that could possibly happen because, of course, Middle England aspire to have John Lewis's furniture. They don't think it's a nightmare at all. And so he bent himself into pretzel shapes to try to dissociate himself from that idea. Oh, poor! He loves John Lewis's furniture, apparently. He just doesn't want any in his flat. That's all. 200 grand is supposed to have been spent. How is that possible? To tart up a flat that already exists. How could you do that? So this tweet's just come in. Leave Boris alone. He's doing his best. You're 45 minutes late. It's not his fault, but his best is not good enough, is the end of that tweet. Yeah, that's about right. Well, it is his fault. Try harder, Bodger. Try and be less like you. Would that be possible? Sean emails, the cost is more than whatever has already been paid. It'll all have to be redone the minute the next PM moves in. Yeah, well, we could be in a Russia situation here. He might not be leaving. At this point, I would not be surprised. They're banning protests, for crying out loud. Vladimir Putin is thinking, hey, hang on a minute, that's my idea. Let's have Cumbria. Pete.
Hello, Nick.
Pete.
Are you well?
Yes, very well, thanks.
Very good. You were talking last night and a bit tonight about PMQs.
Yeah.
What was it, on Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, I can't miss this. And I sat down to watch it. And I don't know whether you feel the same, but if Starmer had the chance to ask one more question, Bodger was, losing his
he was,
rag,
yeah, he was going to flip his
really,
wig. Yeah.
I reckon he would have leapt across and waded into Starmer.
I think it was fascinating because not often does his mask slip, but it did then. What we see ordinarily when he flaps his arms about and goes, raids the dressing up box and eats an ice cream for the cameras. That's the mask. The man is who we saw on Wednesday. That's who that is.
Yeah, and I thought he was about to go a step further. You know, he could have lost it.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
Well, he was yelling his face off.
He wouldn't have gone over fists flying, but he was getting so frustrated, wouldn't he?
Yeah, fortunately, some quisling bounced up behind him and said, would the Prime Minister agree with me that he really is the most handsome and marvellous person in the world? Well, all right, thanks a lot, Pete.
Wonderful impression of him, by the way.
Well, it's I wouldn't really call it an impression. I'd call it more coughing. Sean emails, the cost is more than whatever has already been paid. It'll all have to be redone the minute the next PM moves in. Oh, I think I read that, didn't I? George emails, I'll wager my inheritance that we'll find that the £30,000 allowance barely covered the interior designer's fee. Quality doesn't come cheap. I could do that job for way less than £30,000. I'll do it for £3,000. Here, put that pattern on everything. There. What else do you need to know? Let's have Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello?
Yes, John.
Yeah, I think you've gone overboard giving poor old Boris a hard time.
Oh, no.
Yeah?
Poor Boris.
Yeah, I think it's terrible. You know, everybody... Yeah, he just needs a leg up. I mean, everybody needs a leg up sometimes, and that's what's going on. You know.
What does that mean?
He's got a long time in that flat, maybe nearly 5 years. Only just moved in, and it needs it's probably a bit ropey, and it needs a revamp.
It didn't look ropey to me. I've seen pictures of the inside. I mean, you can see the pictures of when David Cameron was sitting at his lavish kitchen. It looked lovely to me.
Well, you know, it's a matter of opinion, isn't it? He just he needs a revamp, and his wife wants to do that. So I think he's just gone overboard, giving me a hard time on this.
Oh, poor Boris.
And, you know, he's probably got some help from people, his friends, and that sort of thing. And leaders around the world, they have palaces, they have probably millions spent on these where they live.
Yeah, well, that is true.
So I think it's I can't see what's wrong with what he's doing.
Well, the part about what's wrong with it is not the spending of the money. It's who was providing the money. That's the whole issue. It's not that he spent an ungodly amount on wallpaper or that it looked properly hideous to the eyes. That's not the point at all. It's where did the money come from is the issue.
Well, if if he's just taking shortcuts to get things done, then that's what needs to be done, isn't it? I mean, that's how it is. So I think,
John, at first I thought you were being sarcastic, but now I think you're actually being serious. Yeah, or maybe not. All right, good one. Thanks a lot, John. You fooled me once. I can't fool me again. Your class texted, it doesn't make any sense to me. Liverpool nightclubs pilot by the government allowed, but not protests across the country in fresh air. Correct. That's right. God, did you see the scenes of that club in Liverpool? They had a test last night, and there's one tonight as well. Are you dancing? Well, they weren't. They weren't dancing because there were so many crammed in there. I couldn't believe how many people was crammed in there. That's right. I did just say was crammed in there. Incorrect. Never mind. I can't believe how many people they squeezed into that hall. I mean, they couldn't dance. There wasn't any room. They were pogoing up and down like they were watching the adverts. Like the Rosillos were on the stage. Get Faye Fife on the phone. Where's she from? Faye Fife. And, yeah, it's, I don't know, it didn't look like a nightclub to me. It looked more like a concert. And I just don't get the kids. The first time I went to a club and I saw this, it was, I can't remember who was playing it. There was some big name at the time, John Digweed or one of those people. And I'd never been in a club like that, but which had a superstar DJ. Hey! And all of the people on the dance floor turned and faced him and just jigged around on the spot. The whole crowd was facing the DJ, who was doing nothing other than, twiddling the EQ knob and lining up the next record. It was just a bloke standing there, and 1,000 people were all looking at him as though he was the entertainment now. It was just so weird. People were acting like they had been programmed like a robot.
Affirmative.
And that's what it was like in this thing yesterday. I mean, the DJ wasn't actually doing anything. And all the kids were just gawping at whoever was on the stage, not doing anything. Bizarre. I thought people used to go to a nightclub to, meet each other. Not to just stare at the person who was playing other people's records. Weird. But, you can't tell the kids because they're beyond help. Let's have a call in East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. The people in East Yorkshire, do they hate the people in West Yorkshire?
No, not at all. No, we love their accent, actually.
Right, so in other words, yes, you love their accent. So that's rather...
We don't hate them, and we love their accent because you get the these and thys and thous and everything else.
They amuse you, in other words. They make you laugh. They're there to amuse you.
They're more genuine Yorkshire than we are.
Like a clown. Right, okay.
Right, yeah. Couple of questions to sort of set it up. You moved home recently, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. When you moved, did you take mirrors and chairs and things with you?
Mirrors and chairs and things with me, yes.
You did? Right, okay. Now, I spent years renovating property, and people would say, how much is it going to cost to turn this derelict property into something habitable? And you'd say 20 grand.
Right.
And you replastered it, and you did the electrics, and you put a heating system in, maybe did the roof, bit of structural repairs, whatever.
Blimey, for 20 grand?
Well, yeah, but...
When can you start?
Bits of this. But you do bits and pieces of that, right. And that was the renovation. Now, what we've got with Boris, as Nick Ferrari brought out the other morning, was 5 grand for a mirror, 5 grand for a chair, 10 grand for a drinks cabinet.
Hang on, back up. But wait. £5,000 for a mirror?
Well, 4,800 or whatever.
How? How big is this mirror?
I don't know, but Nick brought a huge list out the other morning.
Where did he get the list? I want to see the list right now. I mean it.
Well, it's been on LBC adverts.
Oh, my
It's
God.
dropped off a bit lately now, but he did bring this huge list out.
I bet my glamorous assistant wants to get me the list.
Like £8 for a drinks trolley.
Right, wait. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to get me that list straight away, if not sooner. I must see it.
Well, yeah, it's worth seeing. But what it consisted of was furniture.
Yeah.
This is not renovations.
How much was the? How much was the drinks trolley?
About £8,000.
£8,000. God, you'd have to be drunk to spend £8,000 on a drinks trolley.
Booze.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. This is absolutely serious. This is straight off Nick Ferrari stuff. Absolutely. I'm not conning you on this. I mean, I'm sure your glamorous assistant will have this up in seconds.
Moments. Yeah, sure.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that when you renovate a property, which the £30,000 we give to Downing Street every year, is to keep the property in good condition.
Right.
Absolutely. But this is not about furnishings that you can pick up and walk off with.
That's actually true, yeah. How come nobody has said that before, apart from you and Nick Ferrari?
Well, no, Nick Ferrari didn't argue about whether you could pick up and walk it off with it. But my point is that there's renovation, and we need to keep Downing Street in good nick.
Yes,
so £30,000
but
wonderful.
this isn't renovation. You're quite right. This is them buying stuff for themselves that they can take with them when they leave, if they ever decide to leave.
Absolutely. This is a completely different issue with it. This is spent on personal preference and luxury for themselves, not about preserving a property for the country.
Okay, here is a brief list. £840 for wallpaper. See, they wouldn't be able to take that with them unless... I mean, if I was spending £840 on wallpaper, a roll, I would blue tack it to the wall rather than glue it, just so I can take it with me when I go. £9,800 on a sofa. What? £9,800 on a sofa. You can't buy one of those in John Lewis. That's absolutely true. £9,800 on a baby bear sofa. What's a baby bear sofa? And £3,000 on a lily drum table. I've got no idea what that means. I am stunned. But you're quite right, Mike. Well spotted. It's not tarting up the flat. It's buying themselves nice stuff. Has he gone?
No, I'm still here.
You're still there.
I was hoping you would enlighten the population.
Right, well, I just have. They're all lit up. Lit up like Christmas, they are. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. The life expectancy in East Kilbride, by the way, 25 years old. At 25, your heart explodes out of your chest in East Kilbride. I'm just saying. What a story. The UK plans to cut funding by 60% to the United Nations Children's Agency and its Global Development Programme in a move that will have serious consequences for vulnerable children and cost lives, the organisations have warned. Oh, well, never mind. They're just children. Joanna Rhea, Director of Advocacy for UNICEF in the UK, said she understood the government had to make difficult choices on where to spend a reduced overseas aid budget, but we were hoping that these cuts would not fall on the shoulders of the world's children. Well, I'm sorry, world's children, but you failed to become a Conservative Party donor. You've only got yourself to blame. It's like cutting the lifeline to people and countries that are in the midst of the worst crisis that they have ever experienced, said Ulrika Medea, Assistant Secretary of the General Assistant Secretary General at the United Nations Development Programme. I mean, on the one hand, you got Bodger buying a £9,800 sofa, and on the other hand saying, oh, I'm sorry, we haven't got the money for starving children. That's where we live now. Unbelievable. Have you heard the thing about hair? Oh, I can't believe it. There's so many things that are unbelievable lately. It's unbelievable how many things are unbelievable. Laura texts, that club was the most awkward thing I saw in my life. The pandemic has truly done a number on our social skills. It did look really bad. It didn't look like a nice place to be at all. But then nightclubs aren't. They never are in picture. It always looks dreadful in picture form. or in a video. But when you're there, it's different because you know, you got the pheromones squirting all about the place. I bet everybody in there had a fine old time. It's just that it didn't look like it. All staring at a DJ not doing anything. The music that they were playing when a little clip that I heard was what's a polite way of saying excruciating? My ears are ringing just thinking about it. Actually, my ears have been ringing ever since I had that second jab. That second jab really did me in. I talk about that on the new podcast that I do with Carol McGiffin, because something having it was a bit bizarre. It was a bit weird the way the nurse gave it to me. But you'll have to listen to the podcast for me, because I don't want to go repeating myself all the time. Here's a call in Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Nick, good evening.
Simon.
Nick, I am 45 years old. Thank you. In that 45 years, I have met thousands upon thousands of people. Not one of those people, however, not one of them feels a need to have £30,000 every single year for redecoration, or even redecorates every single year.
Yeah.
Now, isn't that just scratching the surface of where we are? Now, obviously, this is the same for Labour as well as Conservative, unfortunately.
Is it actually 30,000 every year, or is it 30,000 per resident, per incumbent?
This is what I've heard. It's £30,000 a year. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
It doesn't really matter. If it's 30,000 every 5 years, I mean, it's still an enormous amount to spend on a place that already exists.
Well, a pot of paint, some wallpaper, maybe, bit of carpet.
Yeah.
I mean,
£5 grand top. I mean, if we're talking about redecoration, then you get a painter in, paint everything magnolia, £5 grand the lot.
Yep. It's just how you've got people out there who are delighting in the left getting exercised about things like this.
What's amazing to me is that it is just the left who appear to be getting exercised about it. The right wing have decided that whatever he does, regardless of whether it affects them negatively, is okay with them because it upsets the enemy, which is anyone outside their cult.
Well, the way I see it is this. We've got 3 years to get rid of him. And we're going to do our absolute best. So all you righties out there, all you Brexit fans, right, you better hold on to this, because we've got time on our hands. We're going to get that man out of there.
Well,
and then we're going to laugh
you want to make
at
a
your
bet?
Trumpian reaction.
Yeah, you want to make a bet?
We're going to laugh at you. Oh, no, well, we're going to do our absolute best.
I'll bet you £5 whole pounds of real money that the next government is not dissimilar to this one.
Well, what I was thinking was this, right? How ethical would it be to form a movement, right, whereby we get groups of people in different constituencies on polling day to rock up to the polling station?
Whoa. No, we can't talk about polling day, because that's coming up very, very shortly. What we can do is insist out loud and with great strength, underline it and write it in bold, that everybody, absolutely everybody, must vote.
Affirmative.
Do not vote. And I know I'm wasting my time. It's a complete, ineffectual use of my breath saying this, because I bet the turnout is about 30%. But you must vote. You've got to. You cannot just think that things will work out for the best, because they don't necessarily. I mean, it hasn't, has it? Is this the best that this country could possibly be? Unless the answer is yes, then you have to vote coming up. You just do. But again, I know I'm wasting my time, because about 70% of you will think, not a chance, mate. It's going to be a little bit chilly. It'll be a little bit raining. I'll have to walk all the way to the end of my street. Are you joking? It should be the law. Everybody should have to vote by law. Why isn't it? Well, I think I know the answer to why it isn't. It's because people's ambivalence, inaction, and distrust of the system plays right into the hands of those who benefit from that. They would prefer you to not vote. That would actually be their preference. To remove voting entirely would be a good thing. You have to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm a good boy. I am. Who's going to join me? Hands in the air. Let me count. No one. I know I'll go down to the polling station. I'll be the only one there. There'll be 3 people behind a trestle table, bored out of their minds because they haven't seen anybody all day long. I know that that's true because I've seen it over and over and over again. You know, in other countries, they queue up. Hours they spend. I mean, in America, they can be in a line for 8 hours waiting for the benefit of voting. But because it's easy in this country, well, partly I think because it's easy, we treat it with the respect that we accord things that are free. None. I mean, if you had to travel 100 miles, like some people do in America, and stand in a line in the baking hot heat or the freezing blooming cold for an entire day before you got to go in and vote, then you would think, well, maybe it's worth the effort. But because there's hundreds of thousands of polling stations in this country, I mean, almost no one has to walk more than about 400 metres to the nearest polling station. They're everywhere, and we just can't be bothered. As with everything else, it's all our fault. It's not Bodger's fault, it's not Keir's fault, and it's not the Lib Dems and the Greenies and all of the other parties' fault. It's our fault for allowing this situation to come to pass. Bernardine emails, every time I hear somebody say that Bodger is doing his best, it makes me think of an incontinent potty training toddler who never who never quite hits the target and leaves a stinky mess for others to tiptoe around. Well, I think he's got you spot on there, Bodger. What do you reckon?
I can't comment on that.
Paul in Selkirk says, Theresa May, instead of furnishings for the flat, she had 250 outfits on expenses. Theresa May didn't spend any money on anything but shoes, as far as I could tell. Oh, and those stupidly huge necklaces. Says, by the way, are the Lords still getting their £300 per day through the pandemic? Well, it's a piece of cake for them now. They don't even have to show up in public. They just log on. Hello, one's here. Martin emails, Theresa May didn't change anything at the flat. She was too busy buying ridiculous-looking shoes. Yes. You can't walk in those shoes, Mrs. M. They're just not you. I don't know, some people look great in those kind of shoes, I suppose. Like, you'd think maybe a supermodel would be able to pull them off. But they don't sit well on you, Mrs. M. And you can't walk in them properly. Trainers, can I interest you in trainers?
No.
And Anne says, who needs a drinks trolley in their home, especially one that costs an arm and a leg? Drinks trolleys are for airplanes, trains and coach aisles. Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, how many drinks can you fit on a trolley anyway?
Booze.
Not enough, in my opinion. A drinks cabinet, maybe. But how much was it? Like 15 grand for a drinks trolley, something like that. How? See, I know that there are places that sell things for that amount of money and that you can spend 50 grand on a dining table and stupid stuff like that. But that's for oligarchs. That's for billionaires. This is the world that he is moving in, and it must be really discomforting for a politician like Boris Johnson, who hobnobs with millionaires and billionaires, to always be the poorest person in the room. That's, I think, the it of it. So he wants to be like them. You hoo-hoo. I want to be like you hoo-hoo. He must think that all day long. Especially because he's just had a pay cut. He used to get £275,000 a year for dashing off hurriedly a column for the Telegraph that he described as chicken feed. You know, when people tell you who they are, believe them. He said it was chicken feed. Didn't mean anything to him. 275 grand a year, which is 4 times more than most people could dream of earning. And he used to earn it just for dashing off a thought. And of course that came to a halt. Now he's on the paltry sum of only, well, I don't know how much it was, 175 grand, something like that, there or thereabouts. And so he must feel aggrieved, because money seems to be very, 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 very important to him. Keeps going on about it, apparently, on and on and on and on and on and on and on. I've got detailed files about that. One of his inside people was saying, "Oh God, will that man ever shut up about money?" Keeps droning on about how poor he is. Hey, Boris,
Stop whining.
But, you know, you can spend, like I said, 50 grand on a dining table and 20,000 on a sofa and all that stuff. But that's preposterous stuff for billionaires. That's the kind of furniture you buy to put in your second yacht. It's not for you, Boris. But he's not satisfied with a normal life. He wants to be one of those people. One of those people that he rubs his shoulders with. In fact, he believes that he should be one of those people. Why am I not one of those people? He says. Oh, that's wrong. That's the other scream. Why should I not be one of those people? See, that makes more sense. I think that's the reason for this whole thing. Doesn't want to live a normal life, like normal people, like the people that he's supposed to be representing, like the people that thinks that he's one of them. I don't get that. How much evidence do you need? He is not one of you. Anyway, Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
I'm so appalled. I don't even have the energy to be angry anymore, to be honest.
Yes.
Because effectively, as taxpayers, we are his landlord. And I know he has the £30,000 set aside every year. And
is it really every year?
It's every year. That's what I read.
Right.
If the newspapers are to be believed.
Oh. Well, which one? Which one?
I know, exactly. The font of all knowledge, the Daily Mail Online.
Right, okay.
but I know this refurbishment isn't anything to do with taxpayers funding it. But after the horrid, and for some people, devastating year they've had, after we've had billions spent on, and millions spent on track and trace, on the computer system, which I always mention, that doesn't work.
Yeah, how much did it cost? Something like £35 billion. Still doesn't work, Bodger.
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up. You're never going to get it.
On HS2, and everyone's staying at home and working now, certainly people, but no one needs to get to Birmingham 20 minutes earlier anymore because everyone's working from home.
Yes.
I'm just so appalled. And on top of that, which isn't the most important, and there are other department stores available, he criticised John Lewis.
Yeah, but he didn't do it out loud and then freaked out because he realised what he'd said and then tried to convince Middle England that he didn't mean it really. I love John Lewis. I just don't want any of their common furniture in my flat.
Now, ironically, I even say to John Lewis staff, if you, even before all this fiasco, if you ran the country, things would probably run a lot smoother. Their customer service is amazing.
Yeah, and if you didn't like the Prime Minister, you could take him back and replace him for another one. Yeah, precisely.
And at the same time, he's bleating about, it took a footballer to point out that there are some children living in such destitute conditions that we need to supply them with a little bit more money, these families. And I work in a secondary school. I know the kind of conditions. I work in a school with children from really tough demographics.
This is the thing that I can't understand about his but it is actually increased popularity. It doesn't matter what he does. The people who love him ever more. It's that it's so brazen. There's no attempt to cover any of it up. He's glorying in it. I'm spending £9,800 on a sofa and at the same time cutting funding to starving children. I mean, how does that look? But people think, yes, Boris, yes!
But you took the words right out of my mouth. It's actually not his fault, it's our fault.
Yeah.
We're so apathetic, and we're so, as long as we have our 50-inch TV and we're earning over a certain bracket and we've got the car in the driveway and we're living on the right street, it doesn't matter about where are people's moral compasses. And I think we get the leaders we deserve. I really do. And people are just so narrow vision, narrow-minded now. As long as they're okay, it doesn't matter about...
Oh, where'd she go? Oh, either, I think MI5 or MI6, cut her off. Men in dark overalls are, at this moment, bursting through her windows, spraying machine gun fire all around. Let that be a lesson to you. Don't criticise the dear leader. Vanished. Never to be heard of again. In fact, according to government records, that person actually doesn't exist. Never did. Gaz tweets, what kind of world is £800 a roll of wallpaper, £9,000 on a couch, £5,000 on a mirror? These things aren't in keeping the flat in general repair and upkeeping. As UNICEF aid is cut by 60%, this government is a disgrace to the British public and the wider world, says Gaz. Yeah, and his fans go, yes, Boris! Because he's continuing to get away with it. It does mystify me what the working class support for Boris Johnson. I don't get it. You can't possibly think that he's one of you, but they do. Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson, descendant of two separate royal families. Eton. Born into wealth. Never shown the remotest... I mean, just look at the pictures of him when he was A, in school in Eton, and B, that Bullingdon picture that they've tried so very hard to quash. I mean, the air of utter feeling of superiority that just oozes out of it. How can you look at that and think, yep, he's the man for the working class? I just don't get... I really am mystified. I don't get it. Apart from the Brexit thing. And I do think that for the foreseeable future, people will still be fighting for Brexit. Not the people that lost, in inverted commas, but the people that won, in inverted commas. Those people will continue to fight for Brexit, even though they've got everything that they wanted, and that the things that have occurred is what they were after, because, as we know, they knew what they were voting for. So everything that's happened since and will happen subsequently is precisely what they wanted, because that's what they keep telling us. We know what we voted for. And that's what... I think that's what this is all about. You cannot admit to even to yourself that anything that Boris Johnson does is in any way wrong, because that would be to admit the possibility that he might not have been telling the truth about Brexit. And you can't let that hope go. That must be it. And if you do recognise that perhaps you have been had, you certainly can't let on that you've been had. Too much loss of face. So you dig your heels in ever harder. It doesn't matter what he does or who he does it to. Everything he does is all right by a certain section, not a majority, but enough of a minority to, in our undemocratic system, give him a majority. I tell you what upsets me, and I'm sure that it was deliberately done. They must have woken up and thought, how can we really upset the libs today? Oh, I know. We'll cut the funding for starving children, and on the same day announce that we're going to spend £200 million on a boat. Boris Johnson is to announce a new national flagship within weeks with the £200 million vessel to serve as an official tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh. You have got to be kidding me. Boris Johnson's going to announce within weeks a new national flagship. They're spending £200 million on a flag.
Fabulous.
The new ship is expected to be named HMS Prince Philip. They're giving the Queen a new boat. 200 million quid. But they can't say that. What they're saying is that it's going to be, it's going to be sailing the world and promoting Great Britain. Poor! Senior government sources said the new flagship costing as much as 200 million, and if they say 200 million, you know it'll be 400 million, could promote British businesses overseas by mooring near international trade fairs. Oh, please. You've got to be kidding me. International trade fairs are held usually in five-star hotels. If not in, then adjacent to. There is never a shortage of five-star hotels where they have international trade fairs. That's why they have them there. You're not going to drum up business by having a boat moored nearby. Because for a start, people are going to have to travel to the boat. You're going to have to persuade them to leave the five-star hotel and go to the boat, where it might be raining, it might be windy, it might be cold. They might not like boats. So you're going to have to persuade them out of the building for a start. And do you really think that people of international reputation, people like business people, who have hundreds of millions, if not billions of pounds at their disposal, you think the leaders of nations are going to be impressed with a boat? David Geffen has got a boat. He owns a record label. Bill Gates has got a boat. That bloke who owns Chelsea has got 3. And they'll be significantly bigger than a £200 million boat. They spend billions on boats. So we're gonna have a smallish boat parked at some distance away from where the trade fair is. That's the excuse they've come up with. God. The Queen will be able to use it when on one of her many holidays. And that also applies with the rest of the royal family, and presumably for any member of the government who puts his hand up and says, "Oh, please, sir, can I go?" £200 million on the very same day that they announced a cut of something of the order of 60% in funds that would save children's lives. I mean, it's deliberate now, isn't it? I mean, there's absolutely no question that they must wake up thinking, what would Donald Trump do? Yeah, I know. He would consign children to an early grave while while announcing that he's just bought a 10 grand sofa and we're going to spend 200 million quid on a new boat. And the working class are saying, yes, Boris. Nothing makes sense to me anymore. Have I passed into another dimension? God, I hope so. Is this real life or am I hallucinating? Islington, Adrienne.
Hi, yes, hi. I've listened to you for years, and I really enjoy your show.
Thanks.
I agree with you on most things, but the thing is, I agree. I think Boris should have been fired after that London Bridge when he didn't tender it out right, and that girlfriend going on trips. I mean, I think he should have been out. And, you know, the Matt Hancock, thank God for the Good Law Project.
Yes.
I mean, it's really terrible. It's really, I mean, I'm so surprised because I spent most of my years in Singapore. And there's no way they would tolerate something like this.
What's amazing is how brazen and open and shameless they are. It's almost to the point now. Well, it's not dumb if they get away with it. It's almost to the point that they're saying.
That Dido Harding, after her Talk disaster, and her husband, I hear, wants to break up the NHS.
Well, I think there's a long queue of Conservatives who want to break up the NHS while telling us that nothing is more important to them than keeping the NHS together.
And they sell out everything to foreigners that should be national institutions. It's so sad.
Well, that's the British way. We for short-term gain, sell off the family silver and then complain that we haven't got any silver anymore.
It's terrible. I mean, honestly, my father, went to a grammar school in Newcastle and became a naval architect, had to leave this country because he knew the class system would never get him far.
Right.
And the thing is, when we went to Singapore, we were so impressed, but the people do look after their people first. And I find that weird that we don't feel the same, that we have to do that first. Here.
Everything is a culture war now. You're either in their gang, and in which case anything that the dear leader does is fine, regardless of the consequences, as long as it upsets the members of who aren't in the gang.
But I think, I meet a lot of people at my park. They've lived here all their lives. They're Cockneys. And, it's like they can't get places near their family. They can't get places in their schools. So I sort of understand that, where they're coming from. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not their prejudice, it's not their racist, it's just that, they feel sort of like they come as second-class citizens.
Right. And they're persuaded that it's not the fault of the people above them on the ladder, it's the fault of the people below them.
Exactly. And I think the thing is we need to make them aware of these people. Somehow we've got to reach them.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Anyway, I love listening to you. You make me laugh.
The Guardian had an article about all this. I'll just read you a bit. This was from a couple of days ago. Since the beginning, one of the most striking aspects of Boris Johnson's government has been its brazenness. Spot bloomin' on. The Downing Street press briefing room redecorated in Tory blue. Regeneration funds crudely funnelled towards Tory towns. The troublesome Brexit Parliament illegally shut down. The pandemic as a business opportunity for Conservative cronies. In these and many other ways, the government has exercised power with a cartoonish lack of subtlety. Yes, exactly. I think that's the point. They are. It is like they're squaring up to the libs, saying, "Oh yeah, what are you going to do about it?" This is the Guardian. It says the response to this, especially from the many people, is to wonder, how do they get away with it? The unwritten rules of British public life are supposed to make such blatantly self-serving government impossible. Precisely. Almost every single thing that Boris Johnson has done since he became Prime Minister has been a resignable offence at some point in history. And usually these are things that are done in secret. And they sometimes get out, and the minister, whoever it might be, will resign or be fired. But this lot, and I keep coming back to it, what would Donald Trump do? That seems to be their guiding principle. What would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would wake up and say something outrageous just to fire up his cult base and upset the Liberals. And this government do that over and over and over again. Making announcements almost simultaneously that are guaranteed to upset a certain type of person. People who have consideration for others, which is apparently a thought crime now, to have consideration for others. You are described as woke if you have consideration for others, and it's a bad thing. The Guardian says expressions of incredulity and outrage at the Johnson government have done limited damage so far. But a zero. People love it, his fans do. And sometimes have actually helped it. Right. By highlighting its unorthodoxy to voters who have had enough of politics as usual. You hear that in America. You used to. Well, you still do. Half of America still thinks that Donald Trump is their savior, sent from God. Oh, he tells it like it is, they say. about the man who lied 30,000 times during the course of his premiership. In 2019, and here it is. This is who we are. In 2019, shortly before Johnson became Tory leader, the Hansard Society found that 54% of the electorate believed that Britain needed a strong leader who is willing to break the rules. In other words, a dictator. 54% of us actually want a dictator. And I've been saying that for a good long while before I had heard of this Hansard Society poll. I've been saying that for ages. I just got the feeling, talking to people on the phone that you would ordinarily cross the street to avoid, that I got the feeling that people actually want that really, really badly. They're in the assumption that a dictator would be acting in their interest, which is, of course, a pretty hopeful assumption to make. But that goes with the territory. You want a dictator and you think that they will always act in your interests. They're not going to pick on you because you wanted them. Well, yeah, good luck with that. That's what we want. And we don't think of ourselves that way at all. 54%. And you think that the number is actually greater because people are admitting something that is socially unacceptable. So they might be a bit reticent about saying, yeah, that's right. I want a strongman dictator. So the percentage is actually greater than that. All we need is somebody with the brazenness to not care about rules and regulations, like Donald Trump. The reason he got away with so much is because he was breaking rules that hadn't actually been written down. They just assumed that people in the people in charge wouldn't attempt to directly benefit from the job. They wouldn't own a hotel that they insisted that he goes and stays in, along with 100 other people that trail behind the president, who are all paying over the top rate for their rooms. I mean, nothing's written down that says you can't do that, but the assumption was that nobody would ever have the nerve to do that. All you need is somebody who has the nerve, who doesn't have any shame. And I think we got ours. Ain't that right, Bodger?
Yeah. Wait.
Brian and Weir. Hello, Brian.
Hi, Nick. Basically, I'm in a cheap flat with a MFI filmmaker kitchen. It's an embarrassment. So, I would love to swap Boris's place, like a swap around, and I'd live in his house for when he can put Carrie in this house and live in here for a bit, because it's a really rubbish flat. I couldn't bring anybody back here. It's so shabby.
Swapsies. I'm sure an MFI kitchen is excellent in every regard.
Yeah, I've had to fix it myself because the council won't come. I've had to fix the drawers because the bottoms have fell through. It's only made of like cheap wood.
Right.
I've had to put it together with a couple of nails. So it's a scandal. They're spending millions on their place, and I'm living in a shabby little council flat. It's horrible.
I did check. It is £30,000 a year they're allowed to spend on refurbishing the flat. £30,000 a year. I bet your flat didn't cost £30,000.
Probably didn't. It's like an old downstairs one-bedroom council flat. It's probably worth out £6,000.
Yeah. Well, I'll put your suggestion to Boris, and we'll see if he wants to do swapsies. But I wouldn't hold my breath, Brian. Kensington. Hello, James. Yes, James. Too late.
Hello, Nick.
Oh,
Nick, can you hear me?
Just in time. Yes, James.
All right, sorry, Nick. Yeah. You're very Bill Nighy. I love what you're doing.
Bill Nighy.
Yeah, that's the way you do your stuff.
Who's Bill Nighy?
Yeah, Bill Nighy. You know him, the great actor.
Yeah, the actor. What?
Yeah, you're very much like him. You're very much like him.
Am I?
Yeah, absolutely. You're brilliant. I've listened to you a couple of weeks. I think, crikey, this is good stuff. Good stuff.
Well, thanks, James. I don't know what... I'm mystified about the Bill Nighy thing, though.
I think you are very Bill Nighy. I don't know the way you do your stuff. It's very cool.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to look up Bill Nighy and then decide on whether I'm offended or not. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you'll love him. You'll love him. He's
right.
sort of...
Okay,
he's
then.
Great. Look, this is oh crikey, O'Reilly, this is so bad. People, this is not going to affect people. I mean, it's not going to affect anybody.
What do you mean?
It's not going to change their life or anything like this. Whatever Boris does, it's not their stuff.
I don't know what point you're trying to make. What do you mean? Do you mean that people don't care and shouldn't care about where the money comes from?
Yeah. It's never going to affect their life, is it?
Well,
I mean,
it very much
on a day-to-day basis.
It depends. I mean, the whole point of this scandal, if you want to put it like that, the whole point of this story is that if we don't know where the money comes from, and if it is as a larger sum as £200,000, for instance, then the implication is that he would be obliged to whomever had given him the money. That's the reason why it's a story.
Is it? But how's it going to affect Joe Public?
Well, if the person that in an imaginary scenario, if a person had given him 200 grand to furnish his flat, and they wanted to take over a football club, or they wanted to run the local water company, or they wanted to build a block of flats where a children's orphanage currently stands, and the Prime Minister said, yeah, all right, then thanks for the money, you can do anything you like, then it would affect people directly. Of course it would.
I'm thinking about workers, plumbers, builders, taxi drivers. I don't know, blue collar workers.
Well, suppose I'm a developer, and I quite like the land that your flat sits on, and I'd like the government to okay me throwing you out and knocking your house down.
Yeah.
And I gave Bodger 300 grand, 200, whatever it might be, and he says, thanks very much for that. You can do anything you like. Go on, chuck them out. Then it would affect you negatively.
It may do. I'm sure I'd get compensation for that, though, wouldn't I?
You what, sorry?
I would get compensation for that, though, wouldn't I?
Yeah, not in this.
Know what I mean?
Not in this scenario. No, you wouldn't. Not in this scenario, you wouldn't. I think you're dreaming, James, when you don't. You're one of those people that assumes that the government will always act in your interests because you support them. It doesn't go both ways. Just because you vote for them doesn't mean to say that they're going to do right by you. I mean, look at the fishing industry and Brexit, for instance.
Yeah, I don't really know about fish, mate.
Well, there's nothing to know other than that entire industry is looking at is flapping around on the dock, gasping for air. They all voted for Brexit. They all knew what they were voting for. We heard that over and over and over again. And so they must have wanted their industry to die. Because that's what's happened. They can't catch the fish, and even if they could catch the fish, they couldn't sell the fish. And they are looking at their own demise. Just because you voted for somebody, just because you supported somebody, doesn't mean to say they will return that support. And that's how other countries manage to get themselves in the position where they get dictators. It's because people can't imagine that if they support an authoritarian, that authoritarian will not return that support once they're in a position of tremendous power. Well, if that's what you think, then I wish you all the best. Somebody emails, I told my mother about the £9,800 sofa. She said, oh my God, imagine if the child had an accident on it. She meant the baby, not Boris. Esther in Hackney. He's going to spill red wine on it in about 10 seconds. You know that, don't you?
Booze.
Like that famous argument that they had, that the police had to show up. There was so much screaming and smashing of plates. That's in the most recent of my Nick Abbott Habit podcast, and it was just completely by random. I selected one of my old shows to do. I go through it and I pull out the funny bits, and I stick it out as a half-hour podcast on Mondays. It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. It's a concentrated amusement from old shows pre-COVID, disease-free. And the show that I alighted on completely at random was when Boris and Kerry Antoinette were having that flaming row a couple of years ago. Do you remember? And she was screaming because he spilt red wine on her sofa, apparently. And she said, "You don't respect nothing, you're spoiled." You know, it's probably not how she speaks, but that's the voice I'm going to give her. And he was shouting at her to get off his laptop, and the commotion was so great that the police arrived. So they've been, having their disagreements for a while now. I bet he ruins that £9,800 sofa 10 seconds after they deliver it through the door. Right, here is Sherborne. Kevin.
Hello.
Kevin.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Okay, I was just going to say one thing before I say what I was going to say, is that you don't realise that he isn't destroying the sofa, he's christening it.
Okay.
That's what that's all about.
Right. Christening it with his own personal water. Yeah.
That's right. But apart from that, but I'm just waiting for him to tell us all that he's going to be standing on the balcony with his medals and his bright yellow uniform and being called Generalissimo Johnson, and we've all got to wait for the next bit, whatever that is.
If he ever shows up in military uniform, run to the hills.
But seriously, what I think it is we've got this stupid situation where we've got a party that can get less votes than anybody else. Mm. They've got more seats than anyone else.
Yes.
They've got a 70 majority? And they're all acolytes of the Generalissimo. So, what chance do you stand, really?
It is a terrible system that we have. It's not democracy as I see it. I mean, apart from the unelected head of state and the unelected upper house, the Commons is not run on democratic lines. They have a minority of the public in support, and they have a majority of the seats in the House. That is not democracy. It isn't.
Well, it isn't, is it? It isn't. But what it reminds me of is, when Mussolini came to power. Mm. Well, it don't remind me because I wasn't there, but I read about it.
Yes.
But when Mussolini came to power, it was much the same sort of nonsense, wasn't it? They'd sorted out the boundaries and all that, so that he came to power. And now we're having an electoral mishmash of boundaries again, which will guarantee them a few more seats next time.
If he... I don't know about that. Can't say that. But... They are redrawing the boundaries, so we'll see what happens. But he is our Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is the absolute spitting image of Mussolini. Just look at an old video of Mussolini and tell me that Donald Trump doesn't look exactly like... Same spherical physique for a start.
Don't be rude.
It's true, Donnie.
Don't talk to me that way. I'm the President of the United States. Don't ever talk to the President that way.
Thanks, Kevin. Gotta go. Esther in Hackney says, the Tories have bought a new yacht costing £200 million, but can't feed hungry kids. Yeah, that's where we are, Esther. That is actually what's happening. And they announced the two things on pretty much the same day in order to really upset the Liberals. Job done. Amazing. I mean, it really is quite astonishing. I'll just read the first paragraph of that again. This is where we are. This is The Guardian. Since the beginning, one of the most striking aspects of Boris Johnson's government has been its brazenness. The Downing Street press briefing room redecorated in Tory blue. Regeneration funds crudely funneled towards Tory towns. The troublesome Brexit Parliament illegally shut down. The pandemic as a business opportunity for Conservative cronies. In these and many other ways, the government has exercised power with a cartoonish lack of subtlety. Exactly. Well, that's who he is.
Yeah. Wait.
Cartoonishly lacking subtlety. Brazen. I mean, it's like they're showing off with it. Because they know that their fans love it. Love it. Bizarre, but, that's where we are. We're all living in Boris's world now. We just have to get used to it, I suppose. Right, I haven't forgotten about the hair thing. But first, here is St Ives. Hello, Brenda.
Oh, hi there, Nick.
Brenda.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'm just sitting here thinking... this refusal to pay UNICEF, for the starving children. Didn't UNICEF give us £700,000 last year for our children in poverty in this country? And Rees-Mogg stood up in the House of Commons and said, "Oh, this is a disgrace. It's all propaganda."
It's a stunt, he said.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
So there we are with 700 grand given to us. Yeah, it just is beggars belief, Nick. I'm like you. I just can't cope with these people that are blinded, are completely blinded. So he's got his yacht. Mm-hmm. He's got his refurbished plane.
Yeah.
Is the palace going to be next?
I expect it will be, yeah.
Do you know what he does, though? He does it every time he slaps the ordinary people in the face, like with the refurbished plane, 100 grand. That was about 3 days after that, the nurses were given 1%.
Right.
Now he's announced this £200 million flagship, and we're not able to give money to UNICEF for starving children.
But it's interesting. I mean, this country is sort of known for its sadomasochistic tendencies. I think masochistic is more a thing. Slapping us in the face, and our reaction is, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?"
Well, exactly. And this briefing room, and the. I mean, it's not even going to be. It's not even going to be used.
Yeah, exactly. The spending of all of that money on one room. I mean, now we know how much, why he can spend so much on his flat, because he spent, £2.7 million on a room. And then they had the nerve to say, "Oh, you know what, we're not going to use it."
I know, and do you know what? He's stopped. The journalists, the briefing journalists, they don't have a pre-briefing. They have. I think they have one every day. Stop those. Freedom of information is like you can't get freedom of information. It's becoming appallingly frightening. And I had an argument with a friend tonight, and I was saying, I absolutely despise this man. I really do, Nick. I really do. And she said, "Oh, but you've got to respect him."
Oh, my God.
I said, "Excuse me, when he turns around with so much rubbish and says he acts with integrity and diplomacy and tact, excuse me, I don't respect people like that."
Hey, Brenda, can I give you a piece of advice?
Yeah.
Me and Carol, I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin, and we talk about all sorts of things apart from politics, about which we disagree on absolutely everything.
Yeah.
So, and we know that because the podcast is played for laughs. We know that it becomes very unfunny the moment we start arguing about politics.
Exactly.
Because we don't agree with each other on anything. So we have a device. We've got safe words. Mine is dingleberries and hers is sausages. And at the moment that either of us shout one of our safe words, we immediately have to start talking about a prearranged topic.
Oh, really?
As in anything else.
Okay.
And then the clouds lift immediately. And in that method, we can get along perfectly well.
Yeah.
So you want to get a safe word with your friends because you don't ever want to have that conversation again.
I know, but honestly, Nick, it's really, really quite scary, and I'm just horrified at the poll results and these people that are so unbelievably ignorant.
Well, I think it's not that. I think it's the Brexit thing. I honestly do think that the people who won, in inverted commas, Brexit are still fighting it because it hasn't delivered what they were promised. And to admit that is to lose face.
Yeah,
so
and look at the mess they made of that. All the fishing cabal for months and months. They're going to save the fish, save the fish.
Mm-hmm.
We knew at the end of it they were going to be ruined, and they are.
Well, they have a certain individual to thank for that.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Nigel. Oddly, you haven't heard very much from Nigel about fish lately. Curious. Thanks a lot, Brenda. Gotta go. Antex can't wait for their son to start toddling around and draw on the expensive wallpaper with his crayons. That really is stupid. I mean, I hate to use that word with for leaders of countries, but in his case, I'm going to make an exception. He's got a baby on the way, and he's buying £9,800 sofas. Tell me that's not stupid. £800 wallpapers that the kid is going to... Exactly, Anne. It's going to draw on it with crayons. I mean, what are they going to do with the child? They have to put... I don't know, maybe Priti Patel can come in and put that child in jail. Itching to do it, I bet she is. Government scientists now say that hairdressers may have been unfairly forced to close. What? Studies reveal that there is no statistical evidence that personal care settings were associated with an increased risk of catching the virus. The paper found all clusters in barbers and hairdressers were relatively small. That means that I went round looking like Catweasel for 4 months for nothing. Catweasel, very specific reference there. No one under 50 will have any idea what I'm talking about. Look it up, kids. Take this opportunity to educate yourself, and you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
The paper broke down different events and activities alongside their relative risk. Would you like to know what's safe and what's not?
No.
Well, eating out or going to a pub appeared to carry an increased risk of catching the virus. Studies found that there was no such link for getting your hair done. Can you believe it? But that makes absolutely no sense. Eating out, where you sit feet away from anybody else, that's unsafe. Whereas getting your hair cut by someone who is actually fondling your head while they're doing it, that is completely safe.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
The old bag is right. The analysis focused on 4 separate studies which were carried out between August and September last year. Oh my God, they knew about this in September. Do you realise what I used to look like before I got my hair cut the other week? Dreadful.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
You can shut up for a start. I'll hear from you when you want to apologise for the fish. The paper reads, the 4 studies provided no statistical evidence that personal care settings were associated with increased odds of becoming a COVID-19 case. They knew this last year, and yet they shut them down anyway. I see a massive lawsuit on the horizon because according to the Fellowship for British Hairdressing, as many as 5,000 of the 40,000 salons have closed their doors permanently for good, as in ever. God. I mean, is there anything else that they'd like to break to us while they're at it? Like, we didn't have to stop going to the gym either, or cinemas could have stayed open and we could have seen the new James Bond film. Or we could have gone out once in a while over the past year instead of sitting indoors trying to remember what normal looks like. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Can I suggest that they find anything else out that like that? They keep it to themselves. Thank you so much, but we don't wish to know.
Correct.
Gary emails. At the end of the day, Boris is occupying a government is occupying government premises. If the budget to refurbish it is up to £30,000 a year, then that should reasonably be it. How is it also that this has never been an issue with any former prime ministers? Well, it's because former prime ministers have accepted their role. The current prime minister thinks, or rather imagines himself as not a prime minister, but as a king. When somebody tells you who they are, believe them. We know this from his assertion as a child. Famously, he said he wanted to be king of the universe. Not even king of this country or king of the world. I think king of the universe. That was his stated aim. What do you want to be when you grow up? King of the universe was the answer. He imagines himself, with good reason, because up to this point he has been completely untouchable. Anything he does, he's gotten away with it because of the act. Oh, you know, all that.
Yeah. Wait.
All that fat flannel, the mask, the crumpled suit, the appearance of disorganisation, the hair, the boggle eyes, the hurt expression, the who me, all that, the whole routine. He presents himself like a lovable but naughty schoolboy who's just been caught stealing biscuits from the tuck shop. And he presents himself like a teddy bear. I know I've said this before, but he brings out people, not mine, but enough people's mothering instinct. You think, oh, you want to smooth his creases out. You want to spit in your hand and smarten his hair up. He's gotten away with it his whole life and continues to do. To the point that now he does, I'm sure he sees himself less like a prime minister, because that comes with responsibilities, and people will judge him on his actions. Very, very boring being a prime minister. He sees himself less like a prime minister and more like a king. Not to be questioned. Imperious. That's why the brazenness, because he can't imagine anybody being so presumptuous as to question him. That's why he got mad at the dispatch boxes at PMQs the other day. Furious he was that anybody should be so uppity as to question the dear leader. And the mask slipped just for a bit, and then he remembered the act, and promptly went off to get a photo shoot of him eating an ice cream at a seaside resort, while claiming that he was entirely too busy to instigate an inquiry into his performance regarding the COVID catastrophe. Which is why I think that he's probably glad that people are concentrating on the flat thing, because there's way more important stuff to be concentrating on. But they aren't, because everybody's obsessing about wallpaper and sofas. There's the Commons has got a speaker, but the Lords have got a speaker as well, and the outgoing Lord Speaker piled pressure on Boris Johnson to launch a formal public inquiry into the government's handling of the coronavirus crisis. This was yesterday, the day before. Lord Fowler, stepping down after 5 years in the role, said a probe should be held as soon as possible before memories fade. That's right. But Bodge and his enablers have the nerve to say that this is not the time to hold an inquiry. And then he went off to have his photograph taken at a seaside resort, eating ice cream. Way too busy to have an inquiry into, a mountain of dead people and billions of pounds that have just disappeared. This is not the right time. What they're getting away with is absolutely incredible. It really is. People all over the world with an authoritarian bent thought, when Donald Trump made it, they thought, yeah, you know what, that's what you do. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to abide by the rules. In fact, not abiding by the rules, whether written down or not, is going to make your fans just like leap up and down with ecstasy. Finally, somebody is not obeying the rules, because that's what they would like to do. The fans would like to go through life not obeying the rules. It's just really deeply irritating that people have to obey the rules. Otherwise, they get punished for it. Priti Patel will see to that, don't you worry. And so they see somebody who is getting away with it, doesn't obey any rules, and is brazen about it, is practically yelling, "Look at me," while I break the rules. And nothing happens, and they think, yes! And they live vicariously through them. That's partly what's going on as well. God, psychologists are going to have a blooming field day in the future, looking back at the time that we've just gone through. I mean, this last couple of years, wow. That's where the money is, psychology. Yeah, not really. Gary says, why so much money on a flat that he could get kicked out of at any given point? He must think that he's in for the long haul. Yeah, he ain't leaving. I think he's going to, in his mind, he's occupying the position for life. Little do we know, but we've elected not a PM, but a king. The Sun King. Portsmouth, hello, Harry.
Oh, yes, hello. Good morning,
Yes, good
Nick.
day, Harry.
Yes, I'm afraid Boris is bulletproof.
Yep.
And that's a cue for a song, because there was a song done by the daughter of that Bill actress called Bulletproof 10 years ago.
Was there?
Yeah. You know the Bill, the actress who played June, the policewoman?
No.
Oh, well, someone might. Well, her daughter did a song about 10 years back called Bulletproof, and that's exactly sums up what Boris is at the moment.
Was it a hit?
I liked it. But you know how these things happen.
Right. So only you heard it?
Oh, no, plenty of people heard it, because I was talking to an estate agent in 2009 about it, I think. No, that's it. No, she looked like the girl who was in the band.
Right. Well, now I'm really confused.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to go on.
Anyway.
But anyway,
leave it
there
to
is
me.
that song.
I promise I won't look it up later. How does that sound?
Well, you can delegate homework to some people, you know.
Oh, well, that
especially if you
is
go
true.
to public school.
Yeah. How about you do it for me?
Well,
yeah. See, you don't like that idea, do you? Get it done, Harry. Or it'll be the belt for you. Unless Rishi pops next door for a drink, the Prime Ministerial and Carrie's sofa footprint will be £2,450 per cheek. Oh, really?
Disgusting.
That's not a thought that you want to put in my mind. Oh, my God, I need a mental shower. I need a turkey baster stuck in my ear. Get that thought out. Bristol, hello, Barbara.
Hello, Nick.
Barbara.
Thanks for letting me talk. A number of things. First of all, in Spain, I understand the hairdressers didn't close because Spanish women dye their hair black, and they would never have tolerated their hairdressers being closed.
Do they?
Yeah.
I
so
thought they
I'm
just
told.
had. I thought they just had black hair.
No, they dye it.
Huh.
For years and years and years.
Really?
Yes, so they'd have gone on strike. But then you've got the Russians and the big boat, to which when they heard about a big boat being built, they just said, oh, that'll make a good target. But I'm actually ringing to say I share your frustration with us, with all of us, with Brits, because we regard politics as a spectator sport. We regard it from the depths of our armchair. Many years ago, I took part in an environmental protest in Wootton Bassett, now Royal Wootton Bassett, to stop massive overdevelopment.
Right.
And the number of times you canvassed on the doorstep and the door would be opened by some sort of bleary-eyed bloke who'd say, you won't win.
Oh.
Well, we did.
Did you?
We proved them wrong. Yes, we did. We halted the second massive phase of a house building. We asked for employment opportunities, so that phase was for employment. We didn't win the bypass.
Right.
Because the county planning officer, you can't put a bypass on you can only put a bypass on an A road. So he took the A420 to where it came to Wootton Bassett, changed it to a B road, and when it left Wootton Bassett, it changed back to an A420. So you can't beat that sort of power. However, what I'm saying is we do not value what we have. We have a democracy, but if we don't use it, then it's worthless.
Yes.
So we sit here and we're complaining about this appalling, wanton wastage of money. Whose money? Maybe ours, maybe somebody else's. We have the means now, because when we did it in the late 70s and won under Heseltine, we were doing it by writing letters, going to see people. We were treated by the police as if we were felons. They wanted names and addresses, car numbers and so on. But we swam through all that, and it took about 3 years, but we won, much to the surprise of our MP.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you've got Facebook, Twitter, which I have nothing to do with, but other people do. You have emails and so on. If we took it upon ourselves to swamp that with emails, and you send it not just to Boris Johnson, you send it to your own MP as well, so they all get the breeze up.
Yeah.
Here's something really important.
Well, somebody's beaten you to it, I'm afraid, Barbara, and it's called the people that gifted us Brexit. They sent millions, if not billions, of targeted emails using people's personal information to send them messages that they knew would be interesting to those individuals. Each person got a targeted message that said, hey, if you care about this, then vote for Brexit and you'll get more of it.
Well, it's my opinion that Cummings used social media and so on, I have read this, to turn the red wall blue. Lend us your vote, and they have, and they can regret that at leisure.
Well, they're not regretting it. I guess
you think not?
We'll find out what happens in this week. I mean, this is going to be an interesting week, so we'll see what happens eventually, Barbara. But it's exciting times, right? A little bit depressing, a little bit exciting.
Well, I share your frustration as well. But somebody told me, there's sort of minimalist interiors.
Yeah.
Well, his bilious interior is called maximalist.
Yes.
Maximalist.
I know.
But I call it migraine.
Exactly. It looks like a cruel and unusual punishment to me. It's exactly what he deserves. This is classic. Someone has emailed, we'll know when Boris is in real trouble. When he really panics, he'll replace his expensive wallpaper with Union Jack wallpaper. Exactly. He will literally wrap his flat in the flag. That will prove how patriotic he is. Let's have a call in Gateshead. Hader. Is there anybody out there? No, apparently not. Never mind. I can only imagine what that caller was going to say. God, it would have been marvellous. Matt texts. Nope, read that. Patrick in Guildford says, if Shakespeare was alive today, do you think that he might have gone on to write King Lear, an alternative play focused on the life and times of a certain incumbent British Prime Minister? King Lear! Maybe, yeah. And Mike says, Uncle Jacob is... Don't call him that. That makes him sound like a valued member of the family who you would look forward to coming over for dinner once in a while. Uncle Jacob is the same, as in imperious, as he obviously believed that the benches in the House of Commons were his personal lounger.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know anything. Yes. Imperious is the word. It's an excellent word. Look it up in the dictionary, and you'll see a picture of Jacob Smug lounging across the benches in the House of Commons. That's the definition of imperious. Oh, is this caller back? I'll try it again. Gateshead, Hader.
Yes, here I am.
Hader.
Sorry.
No worries.
Actually, I was thinking about the other lad who just called and said that what Boris did and what he might have done doesn't have any impact on society and on people. I was really surprised. Everybody can remember decades of corruptions among some cities in the United States, that among police or among other in other countries.
Yeah.
Decade by decade and year by year, we try to make it better. We try to develop democracy. We try to develop clarity. So I think here, being careful about everything for everybody is essential. We need clarity, and we expect clarity from every member of the government, including the Prime Minister. So I think there is no need to hide anything.
Well, there is, though. But there is if you are a member of the government, because doing things under the cloak of secrecy is what you actually want. Clarity is the enemy of an administration. None of them want clarity any more than any other human being wants their life to be an open book. They don't want their decisions scrutinized. They want to do whatever they are going to, with evil intent or not, as the case may be. But they don't want anybody looking into their business.
Exactly.
Which
Unfortunately,
is okay if you're an individual, but not if you're a government.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah, I do agree.
What's bizarre is that people seem to be keen on that idea that the government should do anything it wants and nobody should question it in any way. There's a significant number of people in this country who want a dictatorship. That's what's really scary. And you know what? Sometimes countries get a dictatorship and then they get 24-hour coverage on the History Channel.
Yeah, you just spoke about Donald Trump and good examples of just being similar to Stalin, did he say, or something? Yeah.
Mussolini.
Yeah. Mussolini.
They're exactly the same. Look at an old video of Mussolini. It's Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I do agree. Really, I do agree. From the very beginning days, it was clear. But still, you can see a lot of people just attack the Congress, and what they did was something really surprising. So, yes, you are definitely right. Some people want some kinds of dictatorship. And unfortunately here, some tendencies toward parties, whether you are conservative or other parties, sometimes it goes too far. And it leads to the some figures in the government to go so far based on the people's ideas and based on what they may expect.
What they think they can get away with.
Yeah, they think that they are doing right. So when people agree what they do,
I'm not sure that's correct, though. Do they think that they're doing right, or do they know that they're doing wrong and know furthermore that they can get away with it? I don't think that they know. They think they're doing right. They're just mistaken in that regard. I think they know what they're doing full well.
Listen, Nick. You may do something wrong, but do you still think that it's okay? So I think some of them are like that. They think that what they are doing is okay, even though a lot of people disagree with that.
Yeah, I think it's called a lack of, well, I was going to say morals, but that's not quite right. Yeah. It's a lack of what is the phrase I'm looking for? I guess I'll have to go with morals because I can't finish that sentence any other way. It's amoral, more accurately.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly.
And it's a certain type of personality trait, and those people often do really, really well. I'm not saying he's a psychopath, but he could imitate one on stage. Yeah. Psychopaths often do very well. I mean, if you did a personality profile of people who run massive businesses who are very, very successful as business persons, then not all of them, of course, but a significant number, more than the general population, would be psychopaths because they don't have any regard for the feelings of others. And now we are back at woke again. Why, it's considered an insult if, or it's a bad thing if people are considerate of others' feelings. You are woke, which is a bad thing now. We want to stamp woke out. We don't want people to be considerate of the feelings of others, because that is a weakness. It's amazing that we got to that point. Being considerate of other people is considered a weakness now. God. We really, I think the History Channel is going to have to clear its schedules. In a couple of years' time, it's going to be all about us. I think that people's concentration on this flat issue is really playing into their hands, though, playing into the hands of the regime. I think they'll probably be delighted that people are concentrating on this. I mean, they've let the news out that, they're really, really upset and they're freaking out, and maybe they are, but I bet they're not actually that concerned. Not really. Because people's eyes are being taken off the major event here, which has got nothing to do with blooming wallpaper or £9,800 sofas. What's that? What's that? I've silenced my phone. Why does it not accept my silence? It refuses to obey me. It's a bad phone. The outgoing Lord Speaker, the Speaker of the House of Lords, has put pressure on Boris Johnson to launch a formal public inquiry into the government's handling of the coronavirus crisis. A much bigger deal. Lord Fowler is stepping down after 5 years in the role, said a probe should be held as soon as possible and before memories fade. Correct Amundo. And how Bodge and his enablers have the nerve to say that this is not the time to hold an inquiry, while spending the day showering their mates and donors with your cash and taking day trips to the seaside to be snapped by one of his team of professional photographers, eating an ice cream, paid for by you. I mean, the whole thing is like a desperate attempt to take your mind off the deaths he has caused by being completely uninterested in anyone but himself. I mean, like I said before, his current girlfriend famously yelled at him that he doesn't care about anything because he's spoiled. That was a couple of years ago. And you can hear all about it in the Nick Abbott Habit podcast, the one that came out last Monday. I mean, there was so much yelling about wine he spilled on her sofa and him shouting at her to get off his laptop that the police were called. Spoiled. I think Curry has got you spot on there, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Lord Fowler, who served as Tory Health Secretary between 1981 and 87 in Margaret Thatcher's government, said the inquiry should be automatic and focus on whether there was a delay to announcing the first lockdown last March. Well, of course there was a delay. Everything he's done since he came to office has been marked by a delay. Delay is his middle name. Alexander Boris Delay Johnson. And Lord Fowler is just the latest high-profile figure to call on the Prime Minister to launch the inquiry, after Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, said the same earlier this month. I'm sorry, the Arch what of where? This is why Bodger is going to be delighted that people are concentrating on his blooming flat. A, because he knows his fans don't mind. They actually love it when he gets away with something that upsets the Liberals. And B, it takes our eye off the real issue here. I mean, it's the issue is not the flat itself, it's where the money has come from and what the money would mean for him as... no, that's not the right way of putting it. And what promises or understandings are made when that kind of money is given over. I mean, we know already. People that have donated 10 grand to the Conservative Party have miraculously been gifted contracts for things that they have no experience of, worth hundreds of millions of pounds. It's not like they ain't got form. So this would be really important, exactly as Sir Fowler says, before memories fade. But Bodger says he's committed to holding a probe into the crisis, but is yet to set out a timetable for it to begin. But he's penciled in never. Is never good for you?
No.
Lord Fowler said, well, obviously the vaccine thing has gone extremely well. Yeah, that's right. Which is also part of this wave of support that seems never-ending for the current regime. But the reason why the vaccine thing went right is pretty much the only thing about any of this that they had precious little hand in. They just got out of the way. Rather than trying to figure out how to give contracts to friends and donors and neighbours, they just let the NHS do their thing. It went well because it's the only thing that doesn't look like it was run as a way to profit from the health crisis. The government finally got out of the way and left it to the actual experts, the NHS. And they fixed it for us. And they did really well. I mean, it was not world-beating, let's be honest. I mean, in the time that it's taken us to squirt 40 million doses in people's arms, America has done over 200 million. So you might think, why has it taken so long? I mean, can you imagine if Bodger had been in charge of the vaccines, they'd have probably missed your arm. It would have been as successful as the app. You remember the app, don't you?
Contact tracing.
Exactly. Lord Fowler said, I think that what concerns me is that I would support those who are saying that there should be an inquiry into the early stages of whether there was a delay in the lockdown. Oh, come on. Do you really need an inquiry? I mean, he missed emergency meetings, the COBRA meetings. They're called emergency meetings. The clue's in the name. It's an emergency. Couldn't be bothered to show up. Of course there was blooming delays. They just delayed closing the borders to India. They have an Indian variant. It's killing people by the thousands there every day. But, no rush. He said, Lord Fowler said, I would support those who are saying there should be an inquiry, because if there was, then we'd know why, and if it was in the face of medical advice, then that is quite a hurdle, because I think politicians need to be guided by the best medical advice in positions of this kind. Yeah, right. Not hide behind medical advice and use it as a deflector shield. Oh, we're only following the science. He says, I think the inquiry should take place as soon as possible.
Correct.
We don't need an inquiry in several years' time when memories are fading, he said. And for that exact reason, we will have an inquiry in several years' time. I betcha. Or not at all. And Bodger said in March this year that the government is going to launch a public inquiry into the pandemic as soon as it's right to do so. He said, right, as soon as it looks like he's got all his ducks in a row. As most beneficial to the dear leader. He said the probe will take place as soon as it would not be an irresponsible diversion of the energies of the key officials involved. And he said that while rooting around in a dressing-up box and coming up with yet another white coat to be photographed in, which makes him look less look like a scientist and more like a fish and chip shop owner. But we ain't got no fish no more.
Oh, no.
And finally, Sue in Beckenham says, my carer rescued a book called A Small Book on Boris in his own words from a recycling bin. The first page reads, I have as much hope of becoming a minister, of becoming Prime Minister than being decapitated by a frisbee. What happened to that frisbee, says Sue.